Uh, Good morning, America, good evening, and good afternoon in Europe. Let me begin with a warm welcome to the Innovaconcrete webinar, Monument and Non-Monument Concrete Heritage of Post-War Heritage. Dear colleagues, dear participants, I'm Vaidas Petrulis from Kaunas University of Technology, and on behalf of organizing team, I would like to thank Innovaconcrete team for cultural heritage specialists, professors, students, and all other participants who came today to our event. I'm really thrilled to know that this event is happening nevertheless of problematic situation with COVID for the last few years. And actually the idea was to have this conference last summer, but finally we have it today. And the topic of the webinar of our meeting is concrete heritage, and concrete heritage as a special kind of architecture, as well as cultural public asset. And if we talk about Kaunas, cultural heritage right now is a very important topic for us. We are now at the eve of European Capital of Culture. The event will start in 2022, and cultural heritage is an important part of the program, and especially 20th century heritage and modern movement. Lithuania also this year applied for UNESCO World Heritage with Kaunas Modern Movement. So I could say that Kaunas is full of heritage, and we understand and we appreciate this topic. However, we are also understanding that preserving heritage is sometimes very complicated, and we have a lot of debates and sometimes even harsh debates on value, on authenticity, and many other issues. I strongly believe that the more we discuss, the more we have artistic interpretations, the more we have events like we have today, the stronger our decisions will be, and the more clear visions will be. So keeping this in mind, I would like to thank Innovaconcrete project and ICOMOS 20th Century Heritage Committee for inviting Kaunas to be part of this event and to host this event. Nevertheless, you cannot participate live, and it's virtual event, but still we are in Kaunas in the 9th Fort Museum, and you can see the sculpture here. Our event will continue for 2 days. The first day, today, we will start with presenting Innovaconcrete project, and we also will have a keynote speech by Catherine Croft. She's a brilliant expert of 20th century and also the leader of 20th Century Heritage Society in Britain. And later we will continue with 7 case studies on different concrete monuments all around Europe. All these cases we are interesting because of architecture, because of engineering solutions, and of course because of preserving issues. And tomorrow we will start with the 9th Fort Museum. I know that many of you are not able to travel right now, and you're not here, but I hope that after presenting 9th Fort, you will put this place in your future travel destinations, and probably you will visit 9th Fort in 2022, when, as I mentioned, Kaunas will be European Capital of Culture. Or probably you will do it in September 2022, and in Kaunas we will have architectural festival and also the conference on modernism interpretation. We will see. Nevertheless, tomorrow we'll start with the 9th Fort, And later we will continue with 3 sessions which is dedicated to different issues of preserving of concrete heritage. So this is shortly how our agenda will look like for these 2 days. And I also would like to mention one technical detail. Probably you already noticed that it is possible to write a comment or question if you like, and by writing a question you will help us with tomorrow's discussions. We will keep in mind your questions, and tomorrow roundtables it will be our opportunity to answer maybe to some of these questions and some of these comments. And also I should mention that our event is on the record, so later you can find the workshop webinar online. So once again, I would like to thank all participants, all public for being here, and hope that you will enjoy our speakers, you will enjoy the ideas they bring to us from all over the world on a very specific topic of the concrete heritage. And now I would like to invite for the few opening words Maria Mosquera. She is a leader of the Innovaconcrete project, and she is a full-time professor in University of Cadiz, specializing in chemistry, but also she's a specialist on cultural heritage. So, Maria, welcome.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you very much, Baidas. It's really a pleasure to be here with you and with all people here in this webinar. Welcome to Kaunas workshop. Welcome to Kaunas webinar organized by the Innovaconcrete project. I'm going to present the Innovaconcrete project, the update of Innovaconcrete project in the next section. But I would like to remark that Innovaconcrete is a project funded by European Commission into the Horizon 2020 program. This is a big project with 29 different partners from 11 different countries, and we complete different target expertise. That's the reason that it's a great opportunity to work together to promote the conservation of concrete, of monuments of concrete of the 20th century. This is the first target of the project, and we work together, people in the laboratories, architects, owners of the monuments. We are working together to produce new materials, innovative materials to restore, to conserve the concrete culture heritage, our concrete culture heritage. But we have also another significant, important target in Innovaconcrete project. This is to promote citizen awareness around concrete cultural heritage. This is really important because all people know that Gothic cathedral, Roman ruins, they are heritage. But not all people, they know that the concrete monuments, concrete buildings, they are other important, significant cultural heritage. And this is the second important target of our project, to promote the citizen awareness. And this is really the one important objective also in this webinar, in this workshop. All the activities around the awareness, around the significance of the concrete heritage. I wish to begin by thanking to our international, to our partners, International Scientific 20th Century Cultural Heritage from ICOMOS, and especially to its president, Gani Harbour, and the members and other members of the committee, Fernando Espinosa de los Monteros and Kyle Normandin, by organizing this workshop, and especially for including this great monument, Night for Monument, in the case studies of Innovaconcrete. I think it was a very, very great selection, and this monument, Night for Monument, is very significant for technical reasons and also for social reasons to be included in the Innovaconcrete project. Also, my appreciation to the local organizers, especially Professor Vaidas Petrouli from Kaunas University of Technology, and Marius Pekulis, he's the director of the Night for Museum, for your involvement in Innovaconcrete, and especially for organizing this Kaunas workshop. I want to say thank you to our partners, Ines, especially to Ines, especially to David Lopez and his team, because David and people from Ines, they travel to Kaunas, now different visits to Kaunas to organize and to carry out validation in the monument, but especially in this pandemic situation, it was a really hard work, and thank you very much for your effort. I want to say thank you to all partners of Innovaconcrete, because all people, they are really involved in this activity, in this workshop. Here we have a Blasek. I want to say thank you, Blasek, to say thank you, Stefania, Gabriela, Isabella. We have complete different people from laboratory, expertise in materials, conservators, restorers, people working in the history of the monuments, and the today and tomorrow, and the 2 days of the workshop, you can know different and complete different activities of the project, regarding to the monuments, regarding to technical aspects, and also regarding to the social activities, the benchmark guidance from ICOMOS. I hope you enjoy the experience and I hope you know the importance, the significance of the 20th century monuments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria, for a lot of nice words, and of course dissemination for us is also very important, and it's very good to be on the list as a case study, good for Lithuania and good for the 9th Fort, I believe, as well. And now the time for a few welcoming words from ICOMOS 20th Century Committee, and I will ask this honor for Fernando Espinosa de los Monteros. He is a practicing architecture, devoted his life for cultural heritage and preserving it and making it accessible for new functions and new ideas. And Fernando, please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Vaidas, and thank you very much to Kaunas City, to Vaidas, and to all the technical people that has give support to this fantastic event of the workshop of Kaunas. Good morning to our members in America, good night to our members in Asia, and of course, good afternoon to all the European colleagues. No? For ICOMOS, it's a great pleasure to be able to participate in this workshop. It's going to be the last of the 8 workshops that we have been working on through all these 3 years, trying to find the excellence of a material that is the concrete, heritage material that has created along this 20th century lot of monuments, lot of sites that has been very unknown for most of the people. And then one of the issues of this workshop, of this project, is to give them the opportunity to be known for for the ordinary people of all parts of the world, understanding that the heritage, the concrete is a heritage. It's a very special heritage of the 20th century that has given us the opportunity to make huge architectural designs, gatherings, furniture, and lots of things, sculptures that has become real important monuments of the history and the culture of the whole world. No, this project of Innovaconcrete for us has been very important because it has given us the opportunity to study how we could understand the concrete heritage building sites and how we could work on them. No, these 7 workshops that we have been working on through these 3 years, beginning in Madrid and concluding in this one in Kaunas, have given us the opportunity to understand the concrete not only as a building, also as a sculpture, also as a monumental site, also as garden. Very difficult, very different kinds of topologies, and also very different kinds of construction systems. They will give us the opportunity to discuss, as a resume, first of all, to understand the fantastic site of the Fort of Kaunas, which I have been very lucky visiting 2 years ago and get very, very impressed with this site. It is really an important monument. It's really an important monument, unknown for most of the people, and it's really enormous opportunity to visit this monument tomorrow through video. In this occasion, will give us the opportunity to know, to well known a new monument for us, no? As is the Fort Museum of Kaunas, no? And will give us also the opportunity to discuss with all the colleagues that has been working on the different sites, as Gijón, the sculpture of Gijón, the Hippodrome of Madrid, the Instituto Torroja, all the sites, the Centennial Halls and the stations of Warsaw, the Abruzzo sculpture, and finally this place, this interesting site, and trying to discuss about the experience of the work that has been done in all these places, trying to find perhaps which is the best way, the better way, and the best process and the best criteria to when you are working in a heritage site. So for us, it's really very important to discuss with all of you, with all the people who is talking in this place and also connected by the website, to discuss, to find the most interesting criteria of all these places and of all these sites. No? As you know, we are working in ICOMOS in a document. It's going to fix the criteria to make the interventions in the concrete heritage sites. And I think this discussion of these 2 days for us is going to be very important, probably to work more in a most important way in this document, so we could finally present this document in the end of the project in December. So, Vaidas, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to ICOMOS. Thank you very much for making this difficult organization of this workshop that in these times of pandemic is really difficult to do everything. And I think you have done an excellent work. I have to congratulate you. And I'm sure it is going to be an excellent event, an excellent workshop, and we are going to be able to be very exciting with all this conference through these 2 days. So welcome everyone. And of course, I hope we will be able to discuss again in the few hours and in the few 2 days. Thank you very much, Vaidas.
Thank you so much, Fernando. And yes, you're absolutely right. The discussion is crucially important, especially when we are talking about such heritage as a concrete monuments, which is not always appreciated by society. But now I will ask for a final welcoming word from Marius Pečiulis. He's a director of the 9th Fort Museum, and he's a historian and specialist in wartime and also wartime events of 20th century. And of course, because of his welcoming attitude, we are able to be here, and we were able to perform the research of the 9th Fort Monument, which you will see tomorrow. So, Marius.
Thank you, Vaidas. It's a big honor for me to welcome you from the premises of Kaunas 9th Fort Museum. And it's a pity that I don't have possibility to communicate live due to circumstances that Vaidas mentioned already. But still, I think I have no doubt that in the nearest future, we will be able to meet you in the site. That it's very important, not only thinking about the context of the conference, again talking about the main material that is surrounding us, concrete, but also thinking about the exceptional history of that place. And you know, in 2018, when we started cooperation in Innovaconcrete project, it was a completely different experience for us, because Kaunas 9th Fort Museum is a historical museum, and now we started to work with more technical issues. And you know, probably you all know that historical museums, the main purpose, the main mission of historical museum is to collect and to represent historical memory of various historical periods. And again, on the other hand, concrete is not a new material for us, because originally 9th Fort was built using concrete as the main material in the beginning of 20th century. So concrete is accompanying us for more than 100 years. And again, looking from today's perspective, talking from the perspective of Kaunas 9th Fort Museum, of the institution that is maintaining all this infrastructure, for us it's really important to know what is the condition of the material, because again, talking about the monument and talking about the other buildings, other objects of the memorial complex of Kaunas 9th Fort, for us it was really important to know what is the condition of the concrete, because we have to keep in mind that the entire complex was opened for society in Soviet era, in the era of total lack of everything. So 37 years, all this infrastructure was affected by different weather conditions. And we looked into Innovaconcrete project as into archaeological excavations. You know, you can see what's outside, but you don't have a possibility to see what is covered by a concrete. So the first researchers, first results that Innovaconcrete team and David, the first results made us feel pretty much optimistic, because the condition of the concrete was really pretty much good. So again, looking forward, I think that this cooperation will be very useful for us, not only in long distance, but also in the nearest future, because again, we have to think about the renovation, not only of the monument, but of the other infrastructure. So I think these results will be very important for us. And now, trying not to take very important time of the conference, I'd like to wish you meaningful time, interesting discussions, and also not forget to visit Kaunas 9th Fort Museum in the nearest future.
Thank you, Marius. Yes, I hope that a lot of people will come, and a lot of people are coming, I guess. So now it's the time to start our main program of the conference, of a webinar, how you call it. And this part will be, as already mentioned, a kind of complex presentations of two parts. One part, it will be keynote speakers. Another part, it will be more information on Innovaconcrete project. So first of all, I would like to invite Maria Mosquera again, and now I will ask her to give us a more concise explanation on what Innovaconcrete project is and what are the results, and just to update probably for some of us who already know the project, and to give information for all the audience on Innovaconcrete. So, Maria, thank
you. Thank you very much. Hello again. Just I'm going to present, update the most important results from the Innovaconcrete project. Innovaconcrete is an European project, or a project funded by European Commission. You can see here the different case study. One of the most relevant case study in Innovaconcrete is Kaunas. That's the reason that we are organizing the last workshop in Kaunas. We have another event, an open conference in Cádiz in the last part of the project, in the end of the project in December. But this is the last workshop associated to the case study Kaunas, Night for Kaunas. And I would like to remember that the reasons that we choose Kaunas Night Fort for as a case study in the Innovaconcrete. We have several important reasons for that. Firstly, Kaunas reflects the Soviet tradition of spectacular monuments. It's considered a magnificent example of concrete design belonging to the post-war era. That's the first reason to choose Kaunas, a very, very nice example of the Soviet tradition, the Soviet architecture. However, Kaunas fails the citizen recognition as 20th century cultural heritage. This is the second reason to choose Kaunas as a case study in Innovaconcrete. We look for awareness, the citizen awareness regarding to Kaunas and regarding to another similar monuments to Soviet period. This is really important for us. Really is very important for the project and for our partners working with this objective, especially ICOMOS, especially Docomomo. And we have a third reason. This is a technical reason to choose Kaunas monuments, because the monument presents the key problems: spalling, biological growth, cracks, delamination, and the Innovaconcrete solutions, the Innovaconcrete products, has been employed to study the validation of these products in the monument. And in this today's webinar, you have the opportunity to know the results regarding to the in situ validation of Innovaconcrete products in Kaunas. That's the third reason, a technical reason. I really appreciated the involvement of Kaunas in Innovaconcrete project. I would like the first question is, what is Innovaconcrete? Innovaconcrete is a European project found in the work program Nanotechnologies and Advanced Materials. That's the reason that the first the first objective of Innovaconcrete is to develop advanced materials and techniques specifically designed for concrete heritage preservation. But we have another two ambitions, another two targets in the project. The second one is to serve as watchers of concrete heritage and to open social economic activities around historic concrete, to look for, promote awareness, citizen awareness around concrete heritage. And the third one is the effective market uptake of technical solutions developed in Innovaconcrete. In this webinar, in this workshop, I think the most important target is the second one, the social activities regarding to Innovaconcrete project. Here you have our website, and the funding of our project is around 7 million euros. And duration of the project, originally it was 30 years, but due to the pandemic situation, we have an extended period, and the end of the project is now in the end of this year, in December of 2021. Here you can see a movie, a video regarding to the objectives of the project. I would like to share with you this video.
Are you sure you understand historic buildings' true worth? It's easy to forget that many historic buildings are made of concrete. Innovaconcrete is a European project featuring 29 partners from around the world, which aims to conserve one of the most important aspects of 20th century cultural heritage, concrete monuments. Innovaconcrete is seeking to develop new consolidants to apply to the surface of damaged monuments. These products, based on CSH gel, will be super hydrophobic and corrosion-proof, and will offer targeted multifunctional treatment based on the monument's specific needs. We will also develop advanced materials and alternative techniques, including nanotubes, bioenzyme-assisted self-healing, and innovative technologies employing atmospheric plasma. We have identified 8 case studies for the project. Centennial Hall in Wrocław, Warsaw Railway Station, 9th Fort in Kaunas, Lithuania, Eduardo Chillida Sculpture, El Ocio del Horizonte in Gijón, the Eduardo Torroja Institute, and the Zarzuela Hippodrome in Madrid, the War Memorials in Torricella Paligna, Italy, and Stadio Flaminio, Rome. Using theoretical models, we will be able to simulate the degradation of the concrete and optimize the conservation products in order to maximize the CSH gel formation. Innovaconcrete is a new tool to safeguard our cultural heritage and all the social and economic activities it supports. Which aims to conserve
Yes, and the second question about Innovaconcrete is who is Innovaconcrete? We are 29 partners from 11 different countries. We are an interdisciplinary balanced expert panel. We have people from modeling, working in the simulation of the concrete degradation and optimization of our products. We have the people working in the laboratories, synthesizing the products. We have people characterizing the materials, and we also have architects, restorers, conservation, and even the owners of the monuments. Completely different people working with the same target, to produce materials, to conserve, to restore the culture heritage in concrete. Here you have the different 29 partners of the project. And the other question is, how does Innovaconcrete work? We have 7 different work packages. We are linked together. First, the first stage was the multi-scale modeling of the materials. Next, we optimized the synthesis and the validation in laboratory. And the next step was the in situ validation in the 8 case studies. And finally, we have a general target that is the social activities around historic concrete. The objective is go from laboratory, from the research laboratories to market in the end of the project. That's the final objective of Innovaconcrete. Regarding to the materials, today and tomorrow, you are going to know different results from the materials of the project. I know that this is not a technical workshop regarding to the materials, but just I would like to show you that we produce very innovative impregnation treatments. I am very happy to Marius say before that the products they are working in Kaunas. I think it's a very, very nice news about the Innovaconcrete product. I know that David from Ines, he's going to present very spectacular results about the durability of our products after 2 years. And I think it's very, very important, significant feature that we have materials with high durability and in difficult environment, like is the case of Kaunas in Lithuania. The materials, they are impregnation products. It means that they can impregnate the decay building, the decay concrete, and they are going to produce CSH gel. CSH gel, this is the main component on the cementitious materials, and we are going to produce by using a salt gel process. In this salt gel process, we have a liquid, and the liquid has a low viscosity. It can go down in the porous structure of the cementitious material, and it goes to polymerize inside the cracks of the material. Here you have a video regarding to this effect, because you can see here that in this test we show what's the effect of this liquid, this salt prepared in Innovaconcrete project when we mix with sand. If we mix with sand, you can see here we are going to produce a compact material by means of salt gel reaction. That's the same method is using when you put the liquid into the monument. You are produce a solid into the cracks of the concrete. And in this impregnation product, we can add another components like the corrosion inhibitors produced in Italy, in CNR, or the super hydrophobic materials. In this case, we have products with hydrophobic properties, performance, and also repellence properties. This is produced by chemical route or even by using a new device. This is a plasma atmospheric device. Here you can see the first video. I'm going to show the self-cleaning effect if we have an untreated concrete like that, and we put blue methylene. And this is the case when you have a super hydrophobic concrete produced by Innovaconcrete products. You can see here the repellence of the materials, and this is the final results of this test. And in another video, you can see the effect of the product when you put wine droplets. In this case of the untreated product, concrete, the wine droplet is spread, and a permanent stain is remained in the surface. And in the case of the super hydrophobic concrete, here this is the final result. You don't have the stain in the surface. That's the effect of some of the Innovaconcrete solutions. Another promising solution is to use biomaterials, promoting concrete self-healing. And we have another produced in Germany, in University of Mainz. And we also produce halloysite nanotubes in cementitious materials. We have complete different solutions because the problems of concrete are completely different according to the weather, according to the chemical composition of the concrete. And that's the reason we have different products in Innovaconcrete. And just regarding to the different steps of the project, I would like to remark that the first point was the multi-modeling design. We produce first, we simulate the concrete structure and its degradation process, and then we use this simulating structure to optimize the Innovaconcrete products by using different models, Yantra, Codice, and we have very nice results about the use of this multi-modeling. The next step was the use of the validation of the Innovaconcrete products in the laboratory scale. In this case, this part was developed in Torroja Institute in Madrid, and first they degrade the concrete by using different techniques: physical degradation, chemical degradation, and even mechanical degradation. And next, they carried out a very complete study of validation of 680 mortar specimens. Great work in Torroja Institute. And next step, we are now in the fourth year now, and we have in the part of the validation in situ, in the different case study. Here you have the different case study, different countries, different weather, different conditions, and very significant monuments across Europe. I would like to say that first, to the validation in situ, we carried out a validation of mock-ups. We prepared around 600 mortars with similar composition of the case study, with similar texture, and we test the products again in these mock-ups in order to be sure that the product they are going to perfectly work in the case studies. And with the final results, the positive results of the validation of the mock-ups, we did the application in the monument, and in the next section of this workshop, you have the opportunity to know the results of the different monuments. Just in the end of this talk, I would like to remark the significance of the Citizen Awards on Concrete Heritage. During these 4 years, we developed more of around 100 dissemination activities, workshops, conference, and other activities like the virtual tours that you have available in our website around the monuments. I would like to remark some of these activities. The first one is the 100 from the 20th century. Docomomo, one of our partners, they made a final selection of the most significant monuments in the 20th century, and we prepared and complete information about this monument, and it is available in this open platform. Please visit the open platform, and you are going to know more information about these very interesting concrete monuments and buildings. Another very interesting activity and significant activity in Innovaconcrete is the preparation of criteria to make intervention, our benchmark guidance to conserve and manage historic concrete. This activity is coordinated and led by ICOMOS, our partner ICOMOS. They are now finishing this work, this report, this document, and we hope that it is going to be present in Cádiz, the Cádiz document in the end of the project. I am sure that it will be a complete different view, a complete different to treat and conserve the monuments after this document developed by ICOMOS and other partners like Docomomo of the Innovaconcrete project. Associated to this guidance we are preparing a decision-making tool to be used for the people working in the conservation of concrete. You are going to have the opportunity to have more information about this document and the making tool during these 2 days of webinar. And just I would like to say that we have another activity regarding to social economic. We have a social economic analysis of historic concrete and other activities around the market update of the products. I would like to say thank you very much to all partners. Thank you very much to other people involved during these years in the Innovaconcrete project. In this case today, especially to people from Kaunas, from the Technical University of Kaunas, to Marius from the Monument Museum, and to all people from their teams that they are working very well with Innovaconcrete team, and I hope the results obtained in Kaunas they are going to spread to all community, and I am sure that they have a very significant relevance to continue with the work in restoring, conservate concrete. More information on our website and our social networks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria, so much for this thorough presentation of the project. And now I would like to invite to join our conversation Gani Garboya. He's an architect, practicing architect, specializing in cultural heritage, and did projects such brilliant places as Frank Lloyd Wright's Robbie House, Unity Temple, and of course, the most important, he is the leader of ICOMOS 20th Century Scientific Committee. So, Gani, the floor is yours, and thank you for coming and taking over our event.
Thank you, Vaidas. Yes, I'm sorry I was a few minutes late. It's early here in Chicago. Maria, thank you. That was a wonderful summary of what is an incredibly complex. I hope the audience all appreciates the complexity of this project and the reach of this project. And you've been doing an amazing job as the coordinator to get all the 29 partners working in the same direction, and it's really been an amazing thing to watch, and we're very excited to be a part of it. Vaidas, I'm the immediate past president of the ISC 20C, as it's known, and as such, that's how I got involved with this project, and it's been really rewarding to meet colleagues from all over Europe and to be involved with this. Now it's my great pleasure to invite Catherine Croft to give the keynote. And many of you may know Catherine Croft, as she's has been the director of the 20th Century Society in the UK for almost 20 years. And she's been focused on trying to build public and government appreciation of buildings considered difficult and problematic. And I think we can all understand that there are a lot of people that don't love concrete buildings the way some of us do. And she's been working through campaigns, preservation of individual buildings. She lobbies directly to those that are in power to make decisions about saving buildings. And she's been doing an incredible job, specifically with 20th century heritage, a lot of which is concrete. And she's going to give us her broad and very full perspective of the issues that confront us. So thank you. Catherine?
Classic mistake there. Can you hear me now? Share screen. Great. Well, thank you very much indeed. It's a real honour to be asked to do this and a real pleasure. I am only sorry that I'm not able to come to Kaunas, as everyone is saying, but 20th Century Society actually did. We run regular foreign trips for our members and our supporters, and before COVID we were lucky enough to come to Vilnius, and we were told you absolutely can't go visit the country without going to Kaunas, and I totally concur that it is full of heritage, absolutely full of heritage, as Vidas mentioned earlier. It was a great pleasure to be there. And I also really wanted to just start by saying that I'm sorry not to be meeting up again. All the work I've done in England has been incredibly informed and sustained by my international connections with people through DocoMomo, through ICOMOS, through the Preserving the Recent Past conferences that were organised by the Park Service in the States, and through the Getty Keeping It Modern programme, which I've been very pleased to be involved with. So I know that many colleagues that I've met through all those organisations are involved in Innova, and I'm sorry not to be meeting you again in person at this instance, but hopefully soon. So I wanted to say that in a way, the conference description poses a double question. It asks whether post-war heritage can and should remain for future generations as a relevant part of our history. And I'm really delighted that we've got papers that will look at both the can and the should of these questions. They're both really crucial issues. And no one is asking either the can or the should of Georgian country houses, for instance, despite the fact that a lot of those have ongoing complex repair issues, and also, most recently, particularly here in the UK, have entered the debate about contested heritage. They've become very problematic buildings as their histories, as the product of the profits from the slave trade, are revealed by recent research. So maybe our buildings aren't quite as uniquely difficult as we might fear. However, I wanted to come and be upfront at the beginning of this and say that I absolutely think that the concrete heritage of the post-war period can be conserved, and it definitely should, and that the loss of these buildings would be absolutely irreparable. We would lose a major slice of our history, and a crucial one. And far too many buildings of this period, and really excellent examples, have all too often been demolished. We at 20th Century Society put together a campaign which we called Lost Modern, which looked back specifically at Britain's lost heritage, and just emphasised the fact that many buildings, which I think would future generations would greatly admire and appreciate, have already gone. And this here is the demolition of John Maidin's Birmingham Central Library, which we campaigned long and hard to try and get listed and to try and preserve, and was actually demolished really just to make a public open space. It wasn't actually demolished to put a new building up on the site. And I felt that was an incredible mistake, basically. So, and then some of the other buildings here in London which have gone are this school, Pimlico School in London, very innovative again, and built on the site of buildings that had been demolished in the Second World War. Very much innovative in terms of its programme for education, as well as its use of concrete. And most recently, Robin Hood Gardens by Alison and Peter Smithson. This was a pair of curved linear blocks of public housing in East London. And one, we again tried very hard without success to get this, these buildings listed. We emphasise not only their architectural qualities and their innovative technological aspects, but we also made a lot of effort to examine how they were serving as housing today and to work with housing specialists to show that they could actually provide good quality housing for the Bangladeshi community who have largely moved in the beginning of the 21st century, that the building could easily adapt to provide exactly the sort of public housing that was still an incredible need for in that part of the city. Sadly, to no avail. I really wanted to also to acknowledge that, you know, all sorts of people are doing fantastic work around the world. We've been very impressed by the SOS Brutalism campaign, which I think has been an excellent example of a project that is very largely founded on a social media base and has managed to have great impact. And I show this image from the SOS Brutalism site just to acknowledge that it's not just Britain. There have been major losses of fantastic concrete buildings all around the world. This one gunning near to you is one I particularly regret. Seems very sad that could not be found a viable new use and continue to exhilarate future generations. And I just wanted to put this piece in for two reasons. Partly because this is from Design magazine, so from a very kind of cool design-led magazine aimed at a very broad audience. And Design are celebrating the fact that the Louis Kahn dormitories in Ahmedabad are being saved from demolition after global protests. And C20 Society was part of that. We'd just been to India and had visited this building, again, as one of our foreign trips. And we were astounded that there were proposals to demolish these really absolutely first-rate structures. But I feel it is really positive that international concern and lobbying does appear to be starting to gain traction. Okay. And looking back a little, I also wanted to acknowledge the support we've had from the World Monument Fund. Back in 2012, we had three major buildings, the Birmingham Library that I showed you the picture of being demolished, a bus station in Preston, and the South Bank in London, where we had campaigned to get these buildings listed and preserved. And we'd actually convinced Historic England, who are the British government's official advisors, to support us and to make positive recommendations that these buildings should be listed. But in England, we have a politician, a national politician, gets the final vote in all three cases. The recommendations of experts were overturned by politicians, and these buildings were turned down for listing. So we wanted to bring external pressure at an international level on the British government, and putting British brutalism forward with these three specific examples, exemplifying it, was a way for us to do that. And I think it was incredibly helpful, and I'm very grateful to WMF for that, their part in helping us perhaps turn the tide in the UK. So just breaking down that two-part question that I've kind of lifted from the intro to the conference description, I think we can think about it in two ways. What are the physical conservation challenges, and can they be technically overcome? And obviously we've just already had a glimpse of the amazing work that Innova is doing, and I'm really excited to know more, particularly about new consolidants. and the corrosion inhibitor work and the hydrophobic coating work that's been going on, all of those seem to me to be things that can have an enormous impact hopefully implemented in a fairly short time span. But the other part of the can, of course, is will there be the will and the commitment from both building owners and heritage bodies to ensure that best practice is implemented? And I know that that ensuring that those that the products of the Innova research project are actually disseminated and got out and taken up by the market is a crucial part of the project's objectives, and obviously that's great to know and crucial to the success. So, and then if we think about the should, why should we be interested in conserving these buildings? I think we really need to focus on what future generations would miss out on if the post-war heritage was lost. And we need to be thinking more about who it will be that gets to decide what's happened. In the introduction, it talks about how these are a relevant part of the history and a relevant part of our history. I think we need to really analyse what we mean by both relevant and by our history, and think about both how we think of that in terms of today and how future stakeholders might answer those questions as well. So, a few reflections on where we are now, which I think is really, really difficult to read. I think there are many, many positive things that are happening about how people are reacting to concrete buildings at the moment, but also still some enormous barriers to be overcome. In the UK, we worked with a very small, cool startup graphic design business, Blue Crow, on their Brutalist London map, which has been incredibly successful and encouraged people, I think, to visit buildings and to just hold them in much higher esteem. There are things like this: build your own Brutalist Great Britain, have it at your fingertips. This is just a very general product, decorative product. If you feel your walls are bare, you can now buy online this brutalism inspired wall piece, and this is very much kind of I think brutalism breaking into the mainstream and being seen as acceptable and at home in a very domestic setting. It's no longer a threatening image, and I mean this is brutalism reduced to a pattern. It's brutalism is perhaps no longer scary in this context. And then my last example of these is we've just been approached at 20th Century Society by another startup company, Brute Wax, who want to make these rather extraordinary brutalist building inspired candles. They've had a successful Kickstarter campaign to get their startup money, and they are going to donate a percentage of their profits to us, which is very generous of them. But I think it's really interesting that this is happening, and I think it's particularly interesting that they are marketing this product. All the shots show one or other of the more recent books about brutalism that are very much based on glamorous photographs in the shot. This is Simon Phipps's book, Brutal North, I think. Yes, alongside this candle, which I'm not entirely sure exactly. I don't think it is meant to represent any specific building element. It's meant to capture the essence of brutalism. I'm slightly sceptical about that, but I think it's great as a endorsement of the kind of growing level of enthusiasm for brutalist architecture in Britain, and that can only help to support our work to campaign to keep the actual buildings themselves. But it's certainly not all good news. This is just a snapshot from the news page of our 20th Century Society casework page, and you'll see here that we have 3 examples all in a row of very significant post-war concrete buildings in Britain where there are current proposals to demolish or majorly mar with incredibly insensitive alterations some of the best buildings of the post-war period. So we certainly haven't won the battle yet. And Gunny asked me to perhaps just give you a bit of context about 20th Century Society and where we've been. I don't want to dwell on this, but let me very quickly say that we were formed as the 30th Society in 1979 and changed our name to 20th Century Society in 1992. And that really did mark a major shift from campaigning principally for the buildings of the interwar period to those of the post-war period. And so it's mainly that era of the society that I've been involved with. We gained an official role in the planning system in 2005, which puts us on the same ranking as all the other amenity societies, such as the Victorian Society and the Georgian Group and the Society for Protection of Ancient Buildings in the UK, which have been established, many of them going back to the Victorian period. And I have a real, I think, sense of embeddedness within British culture. So it's great that we've joined that group and are seen as having value by government. Yes, the first major case that I dealt with when I joined 20th Century Society, which was back in 2003. This was a building where the owner attempted to justify his demolition of a unique historic building by saying that its concrete construction specifically made it completely impossible to live in a 21st century world. And we obviously, I think we have moved on enormously since then, but some of the best known examples of concrete architecture in the UK remain without any protection. This is the South Bank Centre in London, including the Hayward Gallery, and this is still not listed despite having been recommended for listing, I think now 6 times. It has this is a slew of press releases about the site that we've released over the years. It's been issued with a certificate of immunity, which means it's a guarantee to the owners that it can't be given protection, and it's a very long-running saga. But on a more positive note with this one, it has actually, we did actually manage to ensure that the recent refurbishment was actually remarkably sympathetic, despite the fact that there was no historic preservation protection in place. In the past, we resorted to somewhat frivolous, perhaps, tactics of issuing a whole series of images like this, because we were faced with an application to put an enormous roof extension on that building. And we made the point that you just wouldn't attempt to in that way by photomontaging the form of the extension onto a number of images of iconic pre-20th century buildings in the UK. This is the Royal Albert Hall, a big concert hall, which is a major Victorian monument. And we made it look deliberately ludicrous to make that point. Now, however, we have managed to get quite a lot of key buildings, and I think we're beginning to get some of the sort of second rung down post-war buildings listed. So here we have the Dennis Lasden's Royal National Theatre on the right, which has been listed at grade 2 star for a long time. And at the end of last year, we were able to get the partner building on the left here, which is slightly later, and a commercial office building. It's the headquarter building for IBM, and we've managed to get that listed. And we did that to resist major proposals to again put on a huge roof extension, but also to remodel both this facade against the river and the facade that runs between the two buildings. So that felt like good news. Dunelm House, on the other hand, we still don't know what the outcome of this case will be. Dunelm House is one of my absolute favourite buildings. It's by the Architects Co-Partnership, built in 1964 as the Student Union building for Durham University, and it sits on the riverbank immediately opposite the Norman Cathedral at Durham. So in an incredibly sensitive historic setting. It's a World Heritage Site, and it is just a stunningly beautiful building, lots of very direct Corbusian quotes. I think incredibly sensitive to its setting, as well as sculpturally really just magnificent. Anyway, we are, I think, on our third attempt to get this one listed, and have been campaigning really hard to try and persuade the university to find an alternative use for it, or if they can't use it, to put it up for sale. We think it would make quite a nice boutique hotel. And we are hoping for positive news on this one in the very near future. What makes this one particularly interesting is that the reason given for not listing it was that the developer, the consultant acting for the university, specifically argued that the quality of the concrete meant that the building was irreparable, and not only irreparable, but it was evidence that it had been sloppily built and badly constructed from the beginning, and therefore was of little merit. So we totally refute this. This is a shot just showing, I think, the quality of construction and the beauty of those concrete surfaces. There is some spoiling, but I think probably most of you will have many, many, many examples that look far more drastic and problematic than this, which I think is really just very superficial damage to a first-rate building. And yes, this was from the argument in favour of demolition, and it emphasised not only the material qualities of the concrete, but the fact that concrete construction, by its very nature, made the building less flexible and therefore had less of a viable future, and that again contributed to reasons for its demolition. This one would have so many awful precedents were it to be allowed, that we put a huge amount of effort into fighting to ensure it doesn't go through. And I am just wondering whether maybe concrete buildings' moment as the building type, the heritage that everyone likes to hate, may just be over, and maybe the heat is offers. Certainly in the UK, the most contested heritage now is certainly not the post-war concrete buildings. It is the statues and monuments with associations with slavery. The statue of Edward Colston that was dragged through the streets of Bristol and thrown in the harbour has now been fished out and is on display in the local museum, covered in spray paint. And although the vast majority of the statues that this debate is around are 19th century ones, it's certainly one that covers our period as well. This is Sir Thomas Picton, less well known than Colston, but also, as well as being a hero of the Battle of Waterloo, he had a period where he was a plantation overseer and was convicted and then had his sentence commuted for the murder of a 14-year-old slave girl. So this statue, although it's one of a set of 12 from 1914 in Cardiff City Hall, we have said that we feel that its temporary, at least, removal is entirely justified because of the strength of feeling around what this stands for. Not least because these statues in City Hall, Cardiff, of which there are 12, are known as the Welsh heroes, which I think makes this even more contentious than it would otherwise be. I try and think about what we do at 20th Century Society in terms of this kind of combination of things. We do spend an awful lot of time reactively responding to individual threats to buildings, doing casework on individual buildings. But we do also spread out and do broader thematic campaigns. And we also use our visits and lectures both as a fundraiser to finance the casework, but actually as a way of advocacy and visibly demonstrating the public interest in these buildings by showing up. We have an extensive publications programme aimed at different audiences, and I'll expand on that a little bit in a moment. And we have been using social media more and more and more, and I'm sure that's just going to expand exponentially further in years to come. And I think really at the root of what we're doing is press lobbying. We totally feel that we need to demonstrate public interest in these issues to both local and national government, and the best way of doing that is through press coverage. And so we spend a lot of time considering how best to achieve that. So I showed you earlier some of the individual images from our Lost Modern campaign. This brought together initially 10 buildings that we felt were outstanding that had been already demolished. We're expanding that and we're asking people to send in further examples. Moving on to our publications, we have an annual, biannual journal that covers building types, usually, sometimes geographical. So on the left is our article about our journal about the Oxford and Cambridge colleges and university buildings, and our journal about the architecture of public service, town halls, and other public buildings, courthouses, police stations, fire stations, many of which are obviously fantastic concrete structures and many of which are at risk. Previously we've looked both at buildings for business and West of Britain, where some of these use of concrete was first demonstrated. Those journals are very much aimed at an academic audience, and they're peer-reviewed, and they are about sort of increasing the sum of knowledge in the field. We felt we wanted to complement them with various other forms of publishing, and we've done a series of monographs on individual architectural practices. John Maiden, who designed the library that in Birmingham that you saw being demolished, and the vast majority of John Maiden's work seems to be being demolished if it hasn't already gone. And Howell, Killick, Partridge and Amis, who are major brutalist architects who his work, I think, is fabulous, and so far has survived rather better. But the absolutely crux of this is we work in partnership with a publisher who I would love us to be looking at well known and already well understood practices. As obviously we would sell a lot more books, but the idea of this is specifically to nurture the reputations of practices that we feel have been unfairly neglected and forgotten. So that's what that's about. And then we have done books. The Robin Hood Gardens book came specifically out of all the research work we did to try and get those buildings listed, and we self-published that. But we've now moved on to work with a mainstream publisher, Batsford, who are enabling us to do a series of essentially picture books, but with some quite meaty essays. And those are much more aimed at broadening our audience and trying to make 20th century and post-war architecture in particular accessible to a much wider audience, and really kind of embed it as part of the mainstream of British culture. And then finally, we do a magazine, and the magazine is designed to be a lot more fun and to have regular features. We have a regular feature where we go and interview someone who's successfully and happily living in a 20th century building. We speak to an artist whose work has been influenced by their reactions to 20th century architecture. And we also look back, and we have a regular classic book section and a selection of ephemera items each year, each issue, which is again about sort of encouraging people to really understand the richness of source material there is for interpreting the buildings that we're campaigning for. One thing that I was really pleased that we could include in the magazine recently was a feature on one of my favourite 20th century publications, which is Concrete Quarterly magazine, which I wanted to really make the fact that this is an extraordinary resource, and it's available online for free through the Concrete Society. It's just a fabulous record of buildings as they looked in their prime in the 60s and 70s particularly, and we managed to find the person who'd edited this magazine throughout its peak period and talk to him about how the buildings were depicted there and how they were selected, and how he felt the presentation in his magazine had affected their reputation over the years. We also obviously use our website, and we have every month we have a building of the month written by a huge range of different authors, and many of those have featured concrete buildings, and we have a rolling programme of buildings of the month lined up, but we always interrupt that and squeeze in a building if there is an immediate specific threat to it as a way of publicising it. And this is just an example of one of the things that we've been doing on our Instagram account. This is a detail of the concrete bridge by Ove Arab, actually immediately next door to Dunelm House, the student union building I showed you. And we asked architects, photographers and artists all over the world, actually, in this instance, to pick their favourite detail from a 20th century building, and we posted those initially on our Instagram account, and we felt they were such a lovely collection that we've actually put those into a book format as well, and that seems to have been very popular, particularly under lockdown. I'm actually off next week to Westdean, which is a large country house in Sussex, where I teach the practical building conservation course, which is run with Historic England. And out of that course really came the book on the left, which is one of the practical building conservation guides, which are, I think, probably the sort of the most establishment guidance on conservation practice in the UK, and a lot of that information has come out of the work that we've been able to do by being based at West Dean with time and space to do some practical explorations. And we're at West Dean because it's a foundation set up by by Edward James, who when he died, wanted to set up an institution to further the study of arts and crafts. And West Dean were particularly keen that we should introduce the historic concrete module because Edward James actually spent the latter part of his life in Mexico at Las Posas, where he created this extraordinary concrete garden, and which of course has its own conservation issues. Okay. So, I mean, kind of looking back, I first wrote about architecture in this book, which was published in 2004. And at that point, I think my strategy there with that was that I would put together a whole load of case studies about really exciting and glamorous new concrete architecture and combine that with the history of the architecture, concrete architecture of the past. And through that means, rejig the reputation of concrete architecture in the UK and give it a much more positive spin. I think one of the interesting things that has happened since then is that new concrete buildings now are somewhat problematic. The enormous amount of energy required to produce new concrete, I think, has made choosing concrete for a new building now an increasingly a difficult choice for architects to make. But I think on the plus side, I mean, I think this really should mean that we value the concrete that we've already got even more, because the possibilities of building concrete buildings on the scale that we did in the 60s, 70s and 80s are probably never going to be repeated. I think there's a huge amount of work that has been done successfully and which Innovaconcrete is part of. I particularly, I'm sure this will be someone from Getty, I'm sure will be drawing attention to this, but I think this is a really useful resource. And again, freely available to download. And what I like best about this document is that it does give you a very simple, well, it maybe doesn't look wildly simple on this slide, but at least it gives you all in one place a kind of rationale and a process to work through to complete a concrete conservation process. And I think that it's an incredibly useful tool to have to hand, and something that really does represent how we've moved on in our thinking about concrete conservation. So I guess for me, as I talk to people in all sorts of different respects about concrete, these are my basic objectives. I think notice it's there is really important. There are an awful lot of buildings where concrete is critically important, but perhaps not as visible or as dominant as it is in some of the ones we've already been looking at. But concrete is often really, really important as part of a palette of materials. And for instance, painting concrete means that its relationship with adjacent brickwork is completely changed, and the overall appearance of a building can be severely marred. I think it's really important to understand how concrete buildings are made and to really think about this question of significance in a very broad sense, as I've suggested here. I don't think you can begin to meaningfully assess the condition of a building or consider conservation and maintenance until you really understand what you've got in the first place. So I think the remaining challenges are perhaps these, and this brings us back to the can and the should that I started with in that first question. So I think we really do still struggle to accept that concrete can have an attractive patina. I think that's something we really need to keep on addressing. I think we are lacking in craft skills that a lot of these buildings require. I've worked with quite a lot of sculpture conservators who have brought, taught me a huge amount, but it's transferring those skills as well as the potential of technological developments that Innova represents. It's pulling those together to make sure that we can really ensure the long-term life of these buildings. But I think we really have to look at that last point as well. We have to find acceptable ways to improve environmental performance of these buildings. Unless we can do that, I don't think we are going to win the battle in the long run. And increasingly, that is something that we are running up against. And I think it's looking at ways to improve insulation standards and alternative power sources that we really need to be looking at in combination with the restoration of the actual fabric of the building. And I think we also absolutely do need to accept that, we may all think these buildings are fantastic. We may describe them as beautiful. We may have a real emotional response to them, but not everybody does, and not everybody will. We need to emphasize the rich stories they tell, not to be afraid to accept that they might be complex. I know that we're all in very different circumstances in terms of the history of the last 70 years, and that concrete is associated with a huge range of different things in different countries and contexts, be it political, be it building type, be it levels of expenditure, where these buildings are luxury products. For us, the National Theatre, very high-end university buildings, but also mass-produced social housing. And there's a dichotomy there in the UK, and I know there are much more challenging ones in many countries beyond the UK. So I think really we just have to strive to have an honesty and an authenticity in our approach, to really be very straightforward about what these buildings were, why they were built at the time, what they embody, and also that to really accept that it is the material fabric of the buildings as well as the design that together makes them so special and gives them the power to have this role that I think we'd all want to see them have. And just to finish up finally, I wanted to say that we've just put together our 2021 Buildings at Risk list. There are only 10 buildings on the list, and I just thought it was interesting to note that 4 of them, these 4 that I show you here, are substantially concrete buildings. And on the whole, there's no housing there. These are all buildings that were prestige buildings when they were completed and are now thought to be redundant and facing demolition. So there is still a huge amount to do and to achieve in winning the hearts and minds to develop the will to conserve post-war architecture, as well as the means, which I hope we're going to learn a huge amount more over the next 2 days. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Catherine. That was fantastic. It was exactly what we all needed, I think, to put a real context to what we're talking about in the broader framework of things here. That was really, really great. we do have a few questions and we have a few minutes. So if you don't mind, can follow up a little bit on what you said. And I'll just remind the audience that Catherine will also be with us tomorrow I think on the last panel, where we're going to discuss future uses and things like that, or what are the possibilities for these buildings. One thing in the chat here. So the journals and so on that you showed are beautiful, and they're for those of you that haven't held one in your hand and read them, they're incredibly detailed and very well done, very impressive. But I'm curious how you fund those. Do you rely solely on memberships, or do you get funding from the government or from other agencies that give you grants, or how do you fund all the fabulous work that you do? Because other places, other countries may not be able to muster such a great.
No, I really appreciate that. I mean, we do get a very small. We get £40,000 a year from central government. But all the rest of our income is generated from our membership subscriptions and gifts and donations. And in non-COVID times, from organising trips and visits, both all around the UK and abroad. So in the last few years, we've really suffered from the impact of travel restrictions. But we've been complementing that with we've been doing a lot of Zoom events, and we've been really pleased at the number of people who've been coming along to those and donating on the back of those. But yeah, I mean, you know, it is really difficult. And particularly the magazine, I felt it was really important that it had very high production values and it looked as good as a high-end art magazine, because I really wanted to make that point that these objects, we're talking about, you know, objects of refinement and beauty, and that's partly funded by having advertising.
And I guess to that, sort of also the idea of where you see the trajectory going of appreciation or whatever. In the last 20 years of your involvement, have you seen in recent years or a change in the number of people interested in your membership numbers, or is it fairly stable, or how does that give you a pulse on attitudes about this topic?
Well, our membership is still increasing, which is not the case for the building preservation societies here that deal with older buildings. So I'm really pleased about that. I don't know that joining a society as a member is necessarily a sort of long-term sustainable thing that people will want to do. I think it's quite an old-fashioned concept. So, I mean, the thing that's really we've been concentrating on is really building up our social media following on Twitter and on Facebook, and particularly on Instagram, because I think an awful lot of people come to an appreciation of these buildings through photography. And so we've now got a huge pool of people who we know are willing to support us through those platforms, and we're increasingly looking at ways that we can, you know, build our relationships with them. And I think the audience that we've got through social media is on the whole quite a lot younger than the one that we've got through our paid up membership. So hopefully more sustainable in the long term.
Yes, yeah, both just interested people and emerging professionals, which is something that we all need to cultivate way more. So there's an interesting question here. I'll just read it in its whole. And maybe you can respond. So it says, many know a group on Facebook, the Brutalism Appreciation Society, in quotes, with more than 150,000 members. Recently, a new group has been created, the Brutalism Appreciation Society MK2, I guess, which aims to become, quote, the only brutalist appreciation page on Facebook. They have around 50,000 members and state in the group description, quote, most Soviet architecture isn't brutalist. Isn't that, end quote, isn't that an elitist position when around the world we have that many buildings to preserve? Why do you think many people are bewildered when the term brutalism is used in a so-called inappropriately? In other words, I guess they're asking,
Well, there's lots of questions
this
in there,
whole confusion about the word brutalism and what does it mean, and it immediately conjures pros and cons in people's minds before they even just go beyond it to look at what it is they're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that has been a big change in the last 20 years. I think we've gone from brutalism being something that was as defined by Rainer Banham, a very specific kind of art history term for a very specific number of buildings, to the point where it's sort of fairly loosely used for practically anything that has any concrete on it at all from the post-war period. And I do think that it's probably a word whose meaning has just become a lot looser. And I kind of wondered whether I wondered whether to fight that for a while, but I think it's impossible. And I think also it's losing its negative connotations. I think it's really interesting. It's a really fluid term, but I don't know why people have to get so competitive on Facebook. I don't know.
They were all fighting the same fight.
I try to just feel that the more people out there who are joining any of the groups, the better.
We don't need silos. I've never been a fan of silos. That's the same thing on a broader view, with Docomomo and with what the ICOMOS ISC20 does and so on. There are some differences, but everybody's trying to push the same thing forward so that we can all work together.
A lot of overlap in participation as well in those groups, and I suspect in these internet groups as well. For sure.
Well, anything else you would like to say or add? I mean, it's been great to have you, and I hope that you'll listen in on the rest of this, and that we look forward to tomorrow when you'll be with the group that includes Barnabas Calder, who I know you know well.
Yes.
And he is going to talk about the sustainable question, which he has this new book out, so that'll be great. Yeah.
No, I'm very much looking forward to seeing the case studies, and I think that doing the research work on new materials and techniques is incredibly useful, and to accelerate testing and trialing of these so that they can be put into use sooner rather than later is something that I'm really pleased to see happening.
Great. Well, I hope you'll see at least a little bump in membership from this session here, because if people didn't know about you before, they should certainly be very curious now, and keep up the fabulous work. You really do fantastic things, and it's much broader. Just again, your context is UK, but the stories that you tell and the issues you bring up are the same for all of us all over the place. So. Yeah. Keep it up.
Thanks very much, Gunny.
Yeah, thank you. All right. So now it is my great pleasure to introduce Susanna Landrov, who has been the director of Docomomo Iberico since 2009. And she is responsible for research programs and the works developed by the foundation in Spain and Portugal. And that organization's been around since 1993. Docomomo International began in 1988, I believe, 89. So they started in 93, which is only 2 years before we got ours going here in the US. She is also a member of the Docomomo International Records Committee, and she has directed and coordinated numerous research projects related to modern and contemporary architecture. They also have a great website, and they have a really good newsletter that I always have to translate into English, but it's okay. That's my problem. She's curated a bunch of different exhibitions on 20th century architecture, and has lectured in many different venues, including many important universities, including the Harvard Graduate School of Design in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And Susanna, it's been a real pleasure working together with you as a partner in the Innova project. You've brought a lot of great energy and insights, and I have to compliment you on this incredible 100 from the 20th that you guys have done. We were very happy to collaborate a little bit with that, but it was really all the hard work that you and your folks did, and I'm really looking forward to hearing about it right now.
Okay, thank you, Gani. Thank you to the organizers, ICOMOS and Kaunas University. As Gani was pointing out, our purpose at the Innovaconcrete project was to work on the transmission on these difficult heritage to transmit, which is modern heritage, especially heritage built in concrete. So we decided to do so by highlighting a series of buildings, of important buildings, of course, in Europe, that would all of them be important, but that would help understanding why modern heritage is to be preserved. So we did so, as Gani was pointing out, with the collaboration of ICOMOS, who gave us a hand looking for the buildings, and that was translated into a web page that I'll show you in a minute. So today I will tell you a bit about this web page and the work that's been behind it, and then I will walk backwards. And I'll try to transmit with something which is sometimes difficult for people who try to convince other people to preserve some buildings. We've tried to build up a series of arguments and reasons why this heritage should be kept. That would be useful for not only for architects but for administrations. In order to defend this heritage, because sometimes it is difficult to find the arguments and the reasons that will convince other people. So we've been working on that as well, and it will soon be available on another site that many other people from the project have been contributing to, and I will show you our part in that. So I might start in sharing my screen. Let me see if I can do that. I'll show you directly the web page. I think it is more useful. And let's see. Can you see that? I guess so. So this is our web page. When I was saying that we wanted to make a selection of important buildings. Of course, all of them are, in terms of architecture and engineering, all of them are important. But we wanted to add to this also other aspects. All of these buildings are made of earth-face concrete. Of course, concrete is in many other buildings, but we thought that it was important that the buildings that we were going to show were showing their concrete. So all of them are made of earth-face concrete. They are all located in different areas of the European Union, and we have managed to have buildings in every different country. They do cover different periods of the 20th century. The start of concrete, the development of it, brutalism we were just talking about, and all the different periods that were important for concrete. They do represent, and that is important, different typologies and uses. Concrete is used for any use that we deal with in a day-to-day basis. So we have included every typology we have thought would be important. Then there was another part which was also more difficult to transmit, that we have tried to, which is to transmit what the different types of concrete that were used in these buildings, the different technologies, the different uses of concrete, the different finishes. And then all of these, I'll show you a few buildings so that you can see. So this web allows you to search through a map, to go directly to the buildings. It also allows you with a site search engine to look for buildings with different criteria, according to the uses, to the type of concrete, to many other aspects. I'll just go into one, for instance. All the buildings are located where they are, and then you can see it. Oh, sorry. Let's see if I can. I'll do it this way. So we chose the buildings together with ICOMOS. The Instituto Roja participated in that as well, and the University of Lodz. We wanted it to be a selection made by many different people, not only by Docomomo. And then that's the part that we did in Docomomo. Once the selection of the 100 buildings was made, we documented them. That was complicated. There was more than 100 buildings, and we needed to get the rights for all the images to be able to display them. So we did manage that. And then while you have all the different information, we described the buildings in a way that it could be understood by everybody. And then that's what I was telling you about. We did a lot of work together with the civil engineer, describing the different types of concrete that was used, how it was used, how it was reinforced, what was the construction method, what were the structural types. And then we also did a description for all of these different types that could be understood by someone who wasn't an expert. So if you get on the types of the different types of concrete, there is this little window that pops up and it explains you what the technology is. We also did the work on linking them to other websites where you could find more information, sometimes more technical, sometimes more to everybody, from not specialized public. So that is the web page. You will find many beautiful buildings in many different types. We also try to reflect the different engineers important engineers that work with concrete, important architects, like here you have La Tourette by Le Corbusier. I invite you to travel through the webpage and see the different buildings. This is the site search I was telling you about, where you can add different criteria and will narrow the search till you get to what you were looking for. There's a glossary that I can't. Let's see if I make this little thing smaller here. There is also a glossary with images that explains different concrete methods, different architectural concretes in the terms of its finished, different structural types, and how these types are described. So I think it's quite a good tool to allow you to have a very broad vision of concrete. So that is the first part I was going to tell you. Since that web was made available 1.5 years ago, our main focus on the project was on the first half of the project. And since what we did, well, we also worked in other areas of the project, but we have been working on another part which I was telling you about, which is this which is the Innovaconcrete decision-making tool. This area of the project is there are many other parts collaborating, and it's a resource that is supposed to help architects and administrations when they face concrete conservation from different points of view. From the point of view of the criteria, ICOMOS is working on that, and we'll present that later on the project. But also from the point of view of guidelines, we have made a compilation of all the different charters, declarations, and documents that do talk on conservation of heritage in general, but then on modern heritage in particular. And then we have, that's what I'm going to talk about now. We have been working on a tool that will help you find reasons for conservation and arguments when trying to defend a building. We've organized it into different areas, as you see here. One is memory and belonging. Another one is architecture and urbanism. Another one is technology and society. And finally, a more broad view on heritage as a motor for economical development and sustainability. So what we have done is build a series of arguments under these main four chapters and explain them in a quite understandable way. For instance, we won't have time to see all of them, but only so that you have an idea. What did the modern heritage bring, and how we can defend some of these buildings? If we go to, for instance, new forms and uses, this area explains you that it was important in terms of heritage, the way in which concrete was able to encompass new uses and new forms that were necessary, and it gave them a new life. Then in each of these chapters, you will find related monuments from the 100 from the 20th that do explain every single area. If I go back, it also the development of modern heritage helped build new aesthetics. If we think here, we see the picture of Le Corbusier's La Tourette. Or here with the Czech Republic, the Hodet House. It enabled to put together architecture and the art in a certain in a built form that was used by society. If I go to the next one, which is new ways of living, especially in housing, modern architecture helped arranging a new way of living, better houses for everybody. You would have, as an example, the Unité d'Habitation in Marseille, or other high-rise buildings that allowed for a better living for a wider society. It also, the integration of the arts, we have talked about that. There are more. I cannot click them now because the screen is taken by the web. Technology and society. This area explains on the importance of developments related to technology and society, like the pioneers of concrete, how technological achievements and innovation allowed for different buildings, how new typologies and the concrete architecture allowed for new uses, like here in the case of hospitals, schools, universities. They did have new programs and they needed a new architecture, and that was possible very often thanks to concrete. Then we have also criteria related to regional development. Thanks to concrete, many important works were able to be carried out. Like here we see the works that were done in Holland to be able to maintain the water out of the country, or all the work that was done in dams to bring water to different cities, etc. Then we worked on other kind of criteria, like a motto for economical development and sustainability. Here we those are arguments that very often are very useful for administration. Heritage is can be used as a force to bring economical development in terms of tourism, but also in terms of sustainability, and also in terms of a common culture in Europe. So if you go through all these different areas, you will find quite a thorough description on how to use these arguments and how to then use examples to support them. Then this tool also will have, well, it is, what I'm showing you, in fact, is not open to the public yet, but it has, and those are other areas that other partners in the project are working on, like the case studies that will be presented later on today, the methodologies to approach concrete conservation, evaluation tools, solutions and products, bibliography on concrete, experts, and then finally, again, that is the part I showed you before in the other webpage, glossary to help understand the different areas. So I'll stop sharing if it allows me. Okay. So this is the content I was thinking of showing you. Gani asked me not to be too long, so that we could allow for questions. So I will give the floor back to Gani, so that he can articulate a question he has on this area.
Thank you, Susanna. I hope you all can hear me. We're not getting too many questions. People must not be curious. I'm very curious. I think the amount of research and content that there is on so many different levels is just amazing, and I compliment you and your group for what you've been able to do. And those of you that haven't explored that website, I encourage you to do so, because you can, as we say here, you can go down the rabbit hole. I mean, you can spend a lot of time looking at a lot of things, and it can take you to through the links and so on, you can get even deeper into some of those sites. But what I think was really important about that whole exercise was to show the broad, really beautiful, broad world of concrete, from bridges and dams to Le Corbusier. I mean, it really, I think that the selection did do what we wanted it to, which was to show how diverse and rich that heritage is, and not just to say that I think there was sort of a misunderstanding that this was the 100 best buildings ever built out of concrete, because it was never intended to be that. It was really more how to get people to appreciate the rich heritage they have in their own backyard, and I think you did that beautifully. So many compliments on that. I don't see any specific questions here. Maybe I'll ask you the same question that someone did ask while Catherine was speaking, or if you have any comments about Catherine's fabulous talk. But what do you think about this term of brutalism being sort of the dominant way in which, I'm actually paraphrasing now what the person wrote, but I think for me it's this idea that brutalism is synonymous with concrete, and not all concrete should be, or not all concrete structures should be thought as being brutalist, so to speak.
Well, the first reaction as a specialist on heritage, as a historian, is to say, of course, this is not brutalism. Brutalism is a part of, maybe a part of this concrete architecture, and even in many countries, there are very little examples of brutalism. The earth-face concrete architecture we have in many countries was never intended to be understood as brutalism. But on the other side, brutalism has become a term that is very popular, and it's an anchor that can bring many people to appreciate earth-based concrete architecture. So I wouldn't be against it. It might not be, of course, it is not very often used in the way it should be used, but it has done its work into bringing people to like concrete architecture. So it does have a purpose, and knowledge is acquired by time. When people start to learn about this architecture that they feel they are attracted to, they will understand many other things. So these tools that we are putting on the web should serve this purpose. We attract people, and then little by little, they learn all the different aspects of concrete, of earth-based concrete. So I wouldn't be against using this term.
How about Brutalist candles? Will you sell them on your website?
Oh, we have many. We get many, even like journalists. That when brutalism was becoming popular, and we are an important institution in Spain and Portugal, we got lots of journalists from many different papers asking us to give them a list of brutalist buildings in Madrid, in Barcelona, and the first reaction was to say, well, I'm sorry, but there are no brutalist buildings in this city. But then you try to bring them to your field and explain other things. So I think we can't expect people that, and that's very important, the students, younger students, and older students do get an education on art in school, but they very seldom get an education on architecture. And architecture is far more important for them on a day-to-day basis than art. And I'm not saying art isn't. Art is very important as well. But they do live in buildings. They are surrounded by buildings, and it affects the quality of their life, of their everyday life. And if you ask students about architecture, they don't have the simplest tools to understand architecture. So we cannot expect society to understand things if we do not explain them. What are the throws that architecture is made of, about light, about space, about surfaces, about the city, and those things should be taught from a very young age, because it's their surrounding, it's their home, it's the school they attend to, it's the hospital they go to, it's their day-to-day life, and it's their surrounding. So that's the work that should be done we should not only be talking to specialists and among us, but we should make an effort to try to reach these people, everybody.
That's great. I have another question about organizationally, like I asked Catherine as well for Docomomo Iberico. Have you seen, do you continue to see an interest or a rise in your membership, or people hitting on your website, or whatever metric you might use to see level of interest? Do you see it continuing to grow, or is it flattened out?
It's quite surprising. It's growing and growing. In fact, well, in Docomomo, as you mentioned before, we've been working since 1993, and our first efforts were directed to document and to understand what modernism meant in our countries. Once we finished this job and we published the different books we did on housing, public buildings, on industry, we thought that our goal was done, that maybe we should close the shop and let it go. But in fact, the interest has been growing amazingly, and we get more and more people from, well, I was just mentioning journalists and papers, but from schools. I was amazed last year we did a small program, but it's very successful, that we put a badge we will have 2,400 buildings in Spain and Portugal in our registers. And they're all included in the web, by the way, that I invite you to visit. But we do put a badge on the buildings every year on the day of the week of architecture in October. We have now like 270 badges physical badges in buildings. Last year, a student from, he was 13, 14, called the foundation for something they were, a project, final project they were doing in school, like some kind of gincana, and they had to find these badges through the city. That was the job they had to do for the final work at school when they were 12. And this guy, of course, was very clever, so he phoned directly to the foundation and asked for the list. So he wouldn't even have to walk his city looking for them. So we do get interest from many different sectors. We have, at the moment, in our page, webpage, we have like 120,000 visits a year, which is quite a lot. And it grows and grows and grows. So we're quite happy with that. It means more work and more work and more work. It does mean some more income. We are now working with the government on that different projects, and so let's touch wood, but hope it keeps up this way.
That's great. I love the idea of treasure hunt for students. Yeah. That's a really clever idea, and that's something that, I mean, you don't necessarily have to have the badges. You could just have images and set the kids out, assuming it's safe to do so. It's not always safe in every city to do that, but anyway, that's fabulous. There is one question here, although I can't say I fully understand it, but I'm going to ask it. I'm going to ask you anyway, since it's here. In addition, the person says, in addition to my previous comment about places and authorities that haven't developed any approach on the preservation of modern monuments and concrete buildings, this page could provide a startup. I guess they mean the website. Mm-hmm. Would your group be available to provide any help to specific municipal authorities? Are you open to such collaborations?
Well, we do, in fact. There's another thing we've been doing. It's very difficult when the bulldozer enters the plot to tear down a building. It's very difficult to stop it, because it means not only, it means economically, it means a lot of money. This person who's tearing down a building has a license for that. He's earned rights on demolishing the building. So it is very difficult to stop that at that point. What we have tried to do is to work from the very beginning to make all the municipalities be aware of what they have and try to protect them from the start, so that we never get to this situation. And we have in Spain, and Portugal, we have sent a list to every single municipality whenever there is a planning process that is open in a city and we know about it. We do act as any other person can. When there's a process of planning, you can act in the process as an individual or as an organization. So every time there is a planning process that is open in Spain or Portugal, we say it in Spain, personate ourselves legally, and we do tell them, those are the buildings, please protect them. And it has worked. When we started working in 93, you could count with the fingers of your both hands how many buildings were protected. At the moment, I can assure you that at least 50% of the buildings that are in our registers, which is a lot because we have 2,400, have some kind of protection. And that's because, not only because of us, of course, there is an increase in interest in this architecture. It already belongs to the last century, which is quite important. It is part of the last century, so people start to think, what should we preserve from the last century, which is the period we work in. And also because we have done this little work very slowly, being very there all the time. Please look at these buildings, please look at these buildings. Even there's a city now in Spain that in their planning rules, they do have a figure which is Docomomo building. And it's preserved because it's a Docomomo building. So I think this work, ongoing work, it's very tiring sometimes, because sometimes you don't even get an answer. But we keep sending letters telling them, you have these buildings, you're going to, please look at them. Before you get into trouble, before people tell you did tear down this building, just do some protection to it. Maybe not, and allow it to change. It doesn't mean that it has to be kept, because all these buildings are used and need to be used and need to be adapted to the regulations. But don't tear it down, use it for something else, but preserve its values.
It's great. That's a good message to end on. Thank you, Susanna, so much. Again, I encourage everybody to check out that website. It's very deep and rich and full of lots of great information, and pass it along to others who may also be curious to understand more about what concrete heritage is all about. That's the intent of that. So we have one more keynote and then we'll have a break. So please hang in there if you can. It's my great pleasure to introduce two of my very good friends and colleagues, Stefania Landi and Kyle Normandin, who have been working with myself and Fernando and all of the working group. We have 21 members of the ICOMOS Innovaconcrete working group that have been participating in our activities, but particularly Kyle and Stefania have been helping in the leadership roles of developing what it is we're responsible to do. And they're going to introduce us to the decision-making tool, not the decision-making tool, sorry, the benchmark document, which is related to the decision-making tool. Just by way of a brief introductions for those two, Stefania Landi got her master's degree in building engineering and in architecture and a PhD in architectural restoration from the School of Engineering at the University of Pisa, where she's currently a research fellow, and she teaches architectural restoration courses. She's still a bureau member of the International Scientific Committee on 20th Century Heritage. She's a vice president and very active with advocacy, as well as many other things. So that's Stefania, and my good friend Kyle Normandin, who is an associate principal at Wist Jenny Elstner and associates he's in their New York office. That's a firm that has presence all over the United States. He's been involved with forensic investigations and determining how to fix buildings for a very long time, several decades now, I think. And he's also a past member of the Bureau of the ISC 20C and an incredibly knowledgeable and an informed person about all things 20th century and particularly concrete. So we look forward to hearing your presentation now.
Thank you, Ganni. I will share the screen. I will start giving the first part of this contribution. So now you should see my screen. I will go in full screen now. Okay. Now you should see it. So thank you. I'm really glad to present you with Kyle Normandin the updates about the development of the benchmark document for including approaches for the conservation of concrete heritage. That is one of the tasks, the main task in which the ICOMOS working group was involved. I will start giving you some brief information about the first phases of this work, of the development of this document. Of course, we have referred to existing documents, first of all. In particular, we have referred to a document that was written and developed by our scientific committee on 20th century of ICOMOS. In particular, I refer to the Madrid New Delhi document firmed in 2017, entitled Approaches to the Conservation of 20th Century Cultural Heritage, whose aim is to contribute to an appropriate and respectful management of this period of heritage, architectural heritage. Indeed, this document, while recognizing clearly the existing heritage conservation documents, it identifies the very specific issues involved in the conservation of the 20th century heritage, covering the full range of typologies that might be present in this period of heritage, including, for instance, infrastructures, industrial heritage, cultural landscapes, and so on. And the previous presentation given by Susanna Landruv well explained the rich and the diversity of typologies that can be included in the 20th century heritage in general and in concrete heritage in particular. Of course, we have referred also to different documents from developed from other national and international organizations and institutions. Here, just some examples from a document developed by the Historic Environment in Scotland. And we also, beyond these reference documents, we also considered some important glossaries and standards in the field of concrete repair and concrete conservation in particular, not only looking at the European panorama, but of course to the entire world, to international organizations and associations, for instance, the guidance documents developed by the American Concrete Institute, as well as the documents of the Concrete Society and other important European institutions. It was really important to start our reflection about how to develop this document, to look at the literature about concrete architecture in general, and in this sense it was really useful to refer to some existing bibliographies about historic concrete conservation that helped us to check some of the most interesting contributions in terms of papers, books, and so on, and to identify the many experts, scholars, scientists that have dealt with concrete conservation during the last years and decades from different points of view, from the diagnostic analysis to the history of concrete heritage to real concrete intervention and works. And also it was interesting to identify and reflect on the many case studies of concrete conservation that were developed during the last years, and that helped us to identify some of the main challenges that are involved in the conservation of this heritage. Of course, we have considered case studies from all over the world and from all over the 20th century, since starting from the very first decades of the century up to the end. The use of concrete changed, the technology itself evolved, the formal languages evolved, the functional needs and typologies changed. So also observing the different challenges raised by concrete architecture in the different periods and different geographies was a really fundamental part in the process. This document, the main aim of this document is to actually provide a guidance for the conservation of concrete heritage with respect to its many values, the cultural, historical, aesthetic, social, and technological values that actually constitute its significance. As I mentioned, observing the very diverse ensemble of concrete architectures from the different periods allowed us to have a clear idea about the many different values involved in this type of architectural heritage. First of all, observing that its significance may lay not only in the architecture itself, but in the history of the building or the site, in the innovative use of the materials, of the construction techniques, or of course, even a combination of these aspects. So it is necessary to understand the approach to the design and construction to appreciate the significance of the buildings or the site to the history of the built environment in general. these first considerations also are part of a set of key concepts and issues that we started to assemble to put together this document, starting from the thought that conservation approaches should ensure that any work carried out is sensitive to all significant elements and values identified that a concrete heritage site may embody. For this reason, there are different issues to be considered in a concrete conservation process. First of all, the history of the site, of the concrete heritage site, the different typologies and the causes that are at the base of the distress and deterioration. Also, the different repair design materials and procedures that are available at the moment, and in particular referring to their long-term performances of such repair solution and techniques and materials. It is, of course, crucial to analyze, to be aware of the environmental condition in which the heritage site is located. And another issue that we wanted to underline is the fundamental importance of ongoing maintenance, because as we have already widely seen in many cases, the lack of maintenance is the main source of and the main cause of deterioration, because in some cases, for instance, the same material, concrete, showed really short term performances. As I said, the techniques and the material itself evolved over the decades, over the century. So maybe also in some specific periods, we find concrete types which showed very poor performances, and especially in this case, a lack of maintenance produced a very rapid deterioration. So these first issues helped us to identify the main points of the guidance document, together with some few other reflections. The fact that the concrete is used in buildings of different dimension and different function, because we go from structures which play a crucial role in our built environment, such as road infrastructures, bridges, dams, and so on. So the whole category of civil engineering works to small-scale objects such as landscaping elements, decorative elements, which may be also prefabricated. So changing scale in use of the structure of the object also, as well as the use of concrete in combination with other materials, with other building materials. And this interaction of concrete with other materials should be carefully taken into consideration, because, for instance, when it is used in combination with stone, wood, or glass, or ceramic, we may assist to specific decay processes, and we also should pay attention to the conservation materials and techniques that we will use in these specific cases. And a further fundamental issue that we wanted to underline, specifically in the introduction of this document, is the importance of carefully evaluating and analyzing previous repairs interventions. Through visual inspection, through the analysis of existing documentation, but also, for instance, through oral sources, because previous repairs may have been carried out as emergency works in order to keep the building or the structure functioning, without paying much attention to the quality of materials or to the quality of the realization of the repair itself. In particular, if a patch repair was done, many times it resulted in an evident change in appearance, particularly dealing with fair-faced concrete buildings. But the use of improper materials might have resulted not only in a visual impact, but also in a problem of incompatibility from the mechanical and physical point of view. So for all of these reasons, the analysis of patch repairs is particularly important for concrete buildings. So now I can leave the stage to Kyle Normandin, that will continue this presentation, entering in detail of the contents and of the structure of this document.
Thank you, Stefania. So going forward, I think we spent a great deal of time, I think, looking through the various aspects, looking at repairs, looking at a methodology for how we might move forward in terms of setting up the guidance document. We had a lot of discussion about how to structure that. We're still having discussions about that. But I think what we settled upon was something that we felt was clear and concise and would be helpful in terms of how we move forward with the various sections of the guidance document. Here, what you can see on this slide is the sections as they are presented in the document. We thought it would be helpful today just to give a preview of how we came to that. I think Stefania really talked a lot about the thoughtful consideration of the many aspects that we need to pay attention to as practitioners in concrete conservation. And so what we thought we would do for this particular document is really try to move away from the original subject title, which was benchmark, to really thinking about this in terms of a guidance document. It's much more manageable to think about it in those terms. So the first part of the guidance document opens with a preamble and a background. Most of what you've heard today in terms of the project, the various parties and collaborators on this project, to provide a context for the requirements of wanting to put together a guidance document that could be useful to people working in this particular area. And then we would move to these 8 subheadings, which really kind of frame the guidance document as a whole. One is to develop an understanding and assess the significance of the place and the building. Very important before doing anything else. Then from there to really think about engaging and identifying an experienced interdisciplinary project team, which would be multifaceted people with different disciplines that would be able to collaborate to seek the best outcome for a project. Then the next step would be to develop preliminary knowledge of site-specific issues. And I think Stefania was talking a little bit about that with regards to understanding perhaps all the past treatments that have been made, looking at any changes or alterations that might have impacted the site, place, the building itself. And of course, from a materiality standpoint, that's something that is very important to pay attention to. And then I think once you have an understanding of those issues, to really start to dive into some of the more technical aspects of the project, to gain much more knowledge on through the condition assessment process, looking at the site, the building, the object, and really recording its current state in terms of its condition and its the full gamut of the assessment process itself. And then after really looking at that and analyzing those things and really looking at the conditions, it might then be possible to start thinking about repair approaches or policies that underscore the importance of the object. And so that's sort of, I think that's a critical, pivotal point in this document that we're working on in this particular moment. And then from there, really kind of looking at the options for a repair program and implementation in the future. I think that's closely tied in with you know, how we might think about maintaining the object and setting forth maintenance programs and just continued monitoring, you know, paying attention to changes that might occur over time. But most importantly, I think, in all of this is that we end in a place where through this process, we are promoting and celebrating concrete heritage. And I think that that is something that, you know, we've always felt was a key and critical aspect of this guidance document, is to provide the reader and the user this, you know, basically an underscoring of knowledge that can be gained through the appreciation of concrete heritage. And then I think as part of this, we also have some, we have a glossary that will be included for the terminology used in the guidance document, a list of all the images, which we'll give you a little bit of information on shortly. And then of course, all the references that, you know, other places where we might want to go to for references. And I think those include a lot of different technical documents that Stefania referred to in the beginning of this presentation. Next, Stefania. So overarching themes that we have been working on as part of the development of the guidance document, I think we felt at a certain point, I think maybe 2 years into this, that we felt it was going to be very important not just to provide text or directive in terms of how to approach conservation issues, but really maybe trying to give the user and the practitioner a sense of how that might look. So we really felt that, you know, connecting some of these themes, the descriptions, and some of the guidance itself with illustrations would be helpful. So for example, we really felt it was important to include different types of deteriorative mechanisms, different types of images, figures that people could refer to that were illustrative of the text itself. I think the other thing that we wanted to really pay attention to was the overarching theme of the research program itself, which was, you know, how do we influence and reach beyond not just to the European community, which is part of this research project, but really thinking about how we might bring this document to other people who might find it useful. I think the other thing that is connected to concrete deterioration mechanisms is really looking at, you know, best examples of how we might repair concrete, but to also think a little bit more carefully about what that entails. It's not just, I think, looking at the materiality and matching it, but really looking at, you know, some of the more fine-grained aspects of matching the material and trying to keep in the spirit of the object itself. I think the other thing that's connected with that is really looking at common mistakes that we make in practice, whether that be on the object over time, lack of resources, but to really kind of look in depth at, you know, some examples that, you know, we would not want to see recommended as part of this guidance document. So hopefully we will be able to provide some key illustrations of that. And then of course, you know, really looking at a myriad of defects that occur with deterioration over time. What's common, what's typical, and what are the different types of damage with regards to historic concrete. And I think, as I said earlier, the glossary will also have representative references to those types of defects. Next, Stefania. So today we both Stefania and I and the group really wanted to provide just a little bit of a preview into how the document is developing. We have been working on the layout and the selection of images that go along with the text to help the reader, the user, obtain the information that's included in the guidelines. I think it's kind of important. We know that people take in information in different ways. So we've decided to kind of try to balance the text and the descriptions with the images that we see here, whether it's an overview of an image, looking at different types of repair programs, or detailed photos that might reference a particular condition. Next, Stefania. Oh, that's it. So we just wanted to give you a little sneak preview there, and hopefully in the near future, probably within the next 2 to 3 months, we'll be finalizing the document and making it available certainly through the Innovaconcrete project and as well hopefully through the ICMOS ISCN 20th Century Heritage. So thank you.
Thank you again.
Well, thank you, Kyle and Stefania. That was great. Looking to see, we still have a couple of minutes before we take a break, and 2 questions. One in the chat. Well, I'll ask the one in the chat, and then a part of what I'd like to ask, I guess, or have you make sure you cover. It says, do you think this extraordinary document can become an international reference for people who must work in heritage concrete sites? That's the intent, right? I mean, the intent is that it will be that. So how, if it is to be that, in combination with all these other things that we've already cited, and Catherine referenced the Getty document, which has just come out, which is great. How will this be disseminated is really the question I want to make sure you cover. And translations is another question that just came up.
So we know that will be disseminated over the websites and hopefully references to social media, because the digital document will be available both in English, and then I believe we've also decided to translate it into Spanish and French, the languages of the research program itself. So it'll be available as a digital copy, so it's easily accessible and can be disseminated to, different organizations and folks who want to reference it. But we're also going to make it available in printed format in case there's still people like myself who like to have books at hand and reference them. So we're working on the layout for that as well. It'll be similar to the digital print. But yes, as a reference document, I mean, there are different levels, I think, that people need for their work. And this one, I think, will be, we hope will be successful in terms of being able to align some of the documentation that we see out in the field with some of the figures and images that are in the book. So it'll be kind of a practical guidance document that people can use. Stefania, what do you think?
Yes, if I can add just a quick reflection about this question, is that it is born within a European project, but yes, the aim is to consider concrete heritage in more general terms, in a geographical from a geographical perspective, considering that not only the environmental condition change from a country to another, indeed also inside Europe, from the north to the south, we have completely different climate conditions, but in general, going the different countries and continents, we find not only different environmental conditions and different physical environments, but also a different perception of the social, cultural, and architectural value of this heritage. So the hope is that it will be useful, this document, in context that have maybe also different different perception and consideration of concrete heritage, and the hope is that it might help to assess the significance of this heritage, also from the particular perspective of the communities and the geographical realities that have to manage their built concrete heritage.
Right. Thank you, Stefania, and thank you, Kyle. I'll just add one thing, and that's to say, to reinforce the fact that the intent of this document is really as a very preliminary beginning for somebody that is faced with the issue of, we have this building, it's made of concrete, it has some problems, what do we do? It's not, and to get you started in the process, because there are many places. Some countries like the UK, we just heard how sophisticated they are and how they deal with their heritage in general, but in particular the concrete heritage. And I have to say, I believe that in the US, we also have been working on these things for some time, and I think we have a fairly sophisticated way to approach things. But much as we found, the ISC20C found with the need for a basic document for architects, engineers, and building owners to begin to look at their heritage buildings in sort of a systematic way, which is why the Madrid New Delhi document we found was so important to create, and has gotten a lot of usage and now become quite well understood and utilized across the world. We hope that this document will also serve as a very good introductory tool for those that are struggling with issues about how to deal with heritage concrete. So that ends our first session. We'll now take a brief break, 15-minute break. We're pretty much right on time, which thank you to all the speakers for managing that. We'll see if we're as lucky on the second batch here, where we have a lot of information to cover. I think you'll find it very interesting. We're going to have a very quick whirlwind tour, literally, of all of the case study sites, and I think you'll find it very interesting to hear about those. And we'll be back on the hour wherever you are in the world. So that's what time is that? It's going to be 10 o'clock for me, but I think it's 4 o'clock in Europe. And anyway, on the hour. So we'll see you back here in a few minutes. Okay, I hope you all were able to answer a few emails or get something to drink or whatever you needed to do in the break. We're ready to get started again on the second part of today's workshop, and it's really the meat critical part of what we're about, looking at the case studies. And as was mentioned in Maria's presentation at the beginning with the little video, and has been mentioned since then as well, the case studies really are one of the keystones of the project. It is a way to not only test in situ some of the materials that are being developed in the laboratory, but also to share with the public and the local public in particular, where these monuments all reside, about the importance of heritage concrete so that they can begin to appreciate these places more than they maybe already have. And the purpose of our next session is to allow each one of the case studies to give us a very brief, I mean, they could all talk for at least an hour. Fortunately, we don't have time for that, but I really want them to just to express to you the significance of their place, what they have begun to understand about their involvement with the Innova project and so on. And then tomorrow morning, or afternoon for you all in Europe, we will come back as a panel and discuss more broadly the shared lessons learned and so on that they've all been getting out of being a participant in the Innova project. So I will briefly give an introduction or bio for each of our speakers. Excuse me if it isn't in depth, or they all have very impressive CVs, as you might imagine, and I want to allow them to have more time to talk to you rather than, or to express what they want to tell you rather than go into long, lengthy academic bios. The first one will actually be a video that was prepared by the Taroja Institute, and this is a really interesting place. We had our first workshop there. It's a fantastic site, and of course Taroja was an incredible engineer and a really important person in the development of what concrete can do throughout the 20th century. And we're going to get a video. I haven't seen it, so I'm not exactly sure, but Maria Teresa Blanco, who is one of the leaders of the entire Innova project and has been leading much of the work in the laboratory to do some of the initial testing on some of the things that Maria was describing, testing the mortars, developing those to see how these products might work in the laboratory. So she may be presenting part of this. And then there's Elena Frias Lopez, who is an architect and works at the Eduardo Taroja Institute for Construction Sciences in developing technical support for non-normative research. They look at the risk analysis of buildings and especially with universal design criteria, with a particular interest in how to retrofit existing buildings. And of course, we know that that's a big challenge with concrete. So let's see the video.
Good morning in America, good afternoon in Europe. On behalf of my work team, it is a real pleasure to participate in this workshop in Kaunas and explain the importance of the Eduardo Taroja's work within the modern architecture, especially my workplace, the Eduardo Taroja Institute, loved and valued by those who work on it. The Eduardo Taroja Institute, since its creation, constitutes a landmark of industrial and building research in concrete, both nationally and internationally, and a model of interdisciplinary collaboration between different construction disciplines. It was an historic moment of radical transformation where new materials and construction systems, in which the main protagonist was the concrete, required the development of technical and scientific knowledge. Moreover, the international success achieved by Torroja through his works helped him to establish close international relationships in the world of construction. Torroja, in collaboration with the architects Echegaray and Barbero, carried out the project with the spirit of this organization: promote and publish research work in construction, promote the progress of construction techniques and materials, as well as carry out the necessary dissemination of the results and practical applications, ensuring that they were put at the service of the society. At the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 12th, a new scientific reality was transforming the world. Scientific and technical advances were revolutionizing production, the emergence of new materials, theories, methods of calculation, etc. In Spain, new materials and construction systems appeared, supported by incipient technical standards, representing a true field of experimentation. It's the birth of modernity, appearing important works of engineering and architecture, in which Torroja was also involved. Eduardo Torroja was one of the most prominent international proponents of the history of progress in civil construction and architecture in the golden decades of modernism. He played a major role in the scientific and technical revolution that preluded the development of reinforced and pre-stressed concrete in the first half of the 20th century, as well as the evolution in the construction industry, structural typologies, and the new aesthetics. This designer, scientist, researcher, manager, teacher, he is the author of iconic works such as the following. From a young age, he participates together with the architect Manuel Sánchez Arcas in an important work, the construction of the Algeciras market. The building has an octagonal plan with a laminar concrete dome of about 42 meters in diameter and only 9 centimeters thick in the central area. Another significant work of those years was the fronton Recoletos, which he designed jointly with the architect Secundino Zuazo. The design to cover the rectangular space of the court and grandstand is the most innovative aspect of this project. The solution given to the cover consists of two asymmetric cylinders with a thickness of only 8 centimeters. To meet the requirements of natural lighting, two large longitudinal skylights oriented towards the north were used, formed by lattices made up of equilateral triangles of reinforced concrete. However, during the Spanish Civil War, the building suffered several impacts, producing the subsequent ruin. But without a doubt, his great work, also designed in the early years, is the Zarzuela racecourse. Designed by the engineer Torroja and the architects Arniches and Domínguez, it's an example of Madrid rationalism, and it's considered the last architectural masterpiece of the time of the Spanish Republic. The most emblematic element, the grandstand, is covered by a concrete sheet formed by hyperbolic paraboloids of 12 meters of flight and with a cantilever thickness of 5 centimeters. The scientific revolution of those years in the construction field promote the creation of specialized research centers worldwide. In order to improve the construction techniques, in 1934, Eduardo Torroja founded with other experts the Technical Institute of Construction, now called Eduardo Torroja Institute, the first private sector organization created in Spain to steer further and publish research on construction and related areas to foster progress, promoting the use of concrete and cement. After the Spanish Civil War, the Eduardo Torroja Institute joined the Council of Scientific Research, the CSIC. This fact meant a subsidy and the transfer of laboratories and workshops. However, in 1951, being Torroja director of this institute, he promoted a building of a laboratory for construction science with the most advanced equipment and techniques at that time. It's interesting to rescue his effort to achieve the construction for this institute in an appropriate place. Therefore, in 1949, Torroja communicated to the CSIC the need to build the headquarters for the institute. The CSIC provides him the necessary documentation to study the building for the new institute next to the other centers also belonging to the CSIC. In this reduced plot, he develops 3 proposals highlighting their many defects, such as the demand for the need for buildings to have a greater number of floors, which resulted in a substantial cost increase, since the floors should be dimensioned with grid resistance to be able to carry out physical and experimental tests, and also the shortage of free space necessary to carry out experimental construction, stockpile materials, etc. A new proposal confronts this solution: a larger and low-cost plot on the outskirts of Madrid. Its proximity to Arturo Soria Street, the famous linear city equipped with a tram, facilitates transport access to the new headquarters. To promote this choice, Eduardo Torroja financed the expense with the funds he had obtained from the cement industry without any help from the CSIC. For the development of the program, the most prestigious centers, institutes, and laboratories in the world were analyzed in detail. To this aspect, he dedicates a complete number of the journal, Informes de la Construcción, one of the scientific publications of the institute. Eduardo Torroja turned the construction of the new headquarters into a true experimental workshop. This building was developed in 2 closed fields. On the one hand, the theoretical study of problems. The subject here is the man, and on the other hand, trials and the experience to solve them. In this case, the subject is the machine. This challenge required 2 different typologies with 2 different scales, laboratory scales and textile lab facilities. For this purpose, a modern functional style building designed by the architects Echegaray and Barbero is conceived. The large surface of the site and the natural forests contained allow it to integrate attractive outdoor places for recreation and meeting into the program. Singular shape concrete elements, precast concrete pieces, and other structural reinforced concrete models were tested and used. The general layout for the organization of the work is based on a single module of 1.60 meters. In order to systematically organize the work, simplify the monitoring, and economize the labor, constructive systems were tested. Precast concrete pieces were preferably used according to units of 1.60 meters in order to standardize the construction method. Small workshops to produce precast concrete pieces were mounted on the same plot of land near the building to control the complete method of production. This pilot experience was disseminated in course, seminars, and scientific journals. The most singular precast concrete elements are the flooring pieces, 1.60 meters long, supported on metal beams, were made of precast concrete in structural pieces, finished in polysterrazone. The window frames, using the same unit and made of precast cement mortar, leave a gap between them, later concreted, in order to be part of the resistant structure of the building. and a similar concept is followed in precast mortar gargoyles. These pieces are formed by the union of the gutter and the gargoyle. The composition and the concreting of these pieces were carried out in the same way as the windows frames. Many other prefabricated elements in concrete, in cement mortar, in plaster, etc., were tested and used, as ceilings, door frames, brise-soleils, gargoyles, lampposts, etc. To contrast with the simplicity and functionality of the main composition of the building, singular spaces were designed on the extreme point of the plant. The auditorium, the water tank finished in stone, the management area or the dining room are some of these. The cold tank, with an undoubled plastic value and located in the main entrance, became the icon of the institute. Technically, it's a folded structure 8.6 meter height of reinforced concrete in a form of a dodecahedron to store the annual heating needs of coal. Retaining walls were built to regularize the line, and supported on these ones, pergolas were placed to frame and unify the different pieces of the building. For the pergola to the west, located on a quiet arcaded walkway in the gardens, it was designed as a solution of a continuous sequence of reinforced concrete ribs that adopts part of the geometric shape of a Bernoulli lemniscate, represented by the mathematical symbol of infinity. The pergola located to the north, with the same purpose, but here to serve as shading for the main car park, this time takes the shape of a 7. Another facet of Torroja genius was his participation in international technical associations related to structures, especially in concrete, such as the RILEM, the FIB, etc., being elected president in several of them. One of these associations, the International Association of Cell and Spatial Structures, was born in 1959 with Eduardo Torroja as president, being the first congress held at the Torroja Institute, where were constructed several experimental shell structures at that time. 10 years later, another singular element, a shell concrete extractor, was made to commemorate this celebration. It was totally built in only 1 week. Frequently, it has been used as an exterior chapel to celebrate weddings. This element, in a shape of a rib, is also characteristic of the institute, which takes its name from the site. Costillares, in Spanish, inspired several unique elements of the institute. In short, all these contributions remind us of a famous quote by Torroja that says, "Before any calculation is the idea, molding the general in a resistant form to fulfill its mission." The Eduardo Torroja Institute is, without any doubt, the most relevant legacy of Eduardo Torroja. He dedicated a large part of his professional life to this institute until his death. With a special model of thinking and action, the institute became one of the most international relevant research centers during the golden decades of the modernity. Eduardo Torroja found in this institute a multidisciplinary soul and body, the heart of this international academy, tracing a suitable path for the scientific and technological research, dissemination and teaching in construction and its materials. Organization that continues today as before. Good morning again, and thank you for your attention.
That was great. Thank you, Elena. That was really, really great. It's such a fantastic place. I was very fortunate to have been part of that workshop and got to be there for a very long period of time. It must be a fun place to work. And I think as you all could see, it's really a place that incorporates pretty much every idea about concrete you could have. And it does it extremely well. So Toroha was a fantastic engineer, and I knew nothing about him, frankly, before getting involved in this. So that's one of the things. I'm always learning new things. So now I want to go to the Zarazuela Hippodrome, which you saw mentioned, and we're going to hear a little bit more in depth about that. We will hear from Ana Junqueira. I hope I didn't butcher that too badly, or you can correct me if you would, who's been a partner at Junqueira Arquitectos since 2003. And they were the architects responsible for the beautiful restoration of this incredible resource that was damaged in the war. And we're going to hear about that now. So, Ana?
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for the invitation. I will share my screen. It's just a moment. Wait. I have two screens. Okay, I hope you can see now my screen, right? Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be part of this last workshop to explain our work with the La Zarzuela Hippodrome and to learn about the performance of other international colleagues. It has been for us a privilege to participate in the rehabilitation of La Zarzuela Hippodrome. So first of all, I would like to remark the three main values or singularities of this monument. First of all, is the structures that are the masterpiece of the 20th century, and I will try to explain a little bit later with some diagrams and some videos. Second, that it has always maintained the use it was created for. That maybe this is not so common in all monument or historic buildings. And especially because it was designed in 1934 with a new standard of racetrack typology, where circulation of horses and public were in different levels. And now is one of the few racetracks of these typologies which is still functionally unbeatable. Another singularity of this building is the mix of two completely different architectural styles in harmony: the abstract and avant-garde language of the concrete structures and the figurative neo-regionalism style that tie in with the Spanish tradition at that moment. All this makes us decide an iconic monument that has the maximum protection from the Spanish state. And I think I like what said Fernando. If we should consider these projects just a building, a monument, or a sculpture, and I think in this case, the Hippodrome, La Zarzuela Hippodrome, should be considered all of these three things together. Especially because of this famous section of the grandstands that are a masterpiece in its conception and execution. Here, Torroja shows an attitude of continuous search for the control balance between pushing the materials to the limit of the performance and safety. Build with the least possible material, achieving the objective with the minimum weight. And here we have some videos, I hope that you can see them, where you can see how this structure works, and it's how it works in balance. No, these two concrete sheets join with this metallic tensioner, makes it possible that all works in balance. Here you can see it as well. No? How with this tensioner that is just 3 rebars of diameter 20 that joins these two concrete sheets. Concrete sheets. Torroja built this sheet of concrete reaching thickness of 6 centimeters. Here, these pictures of the work sites where he works with full-size models. The key, of course, is the shape. Opposed to an arc, the choice of this whirlwind section that holds itself by no generating lateral thrust. And we can verify this, of course, with a sheet of paper, how the choice of the shape allows us to elaborate a stable element in itself with a minimum thickness. This section. These are just some pictures from the work, the original works. And this is the section, the different section of the concrete sheet. Here you can see this structure from different points of views, and how this underneath concrete sheet creates this whole space, this impressive space. So it looks so simple. This is a picture from the rehabilitation. And in 2003, we won the international contest for its rehabilitation. And this is the way we encounter the racetrack. We found it very deteriorate with many additions between the original stands that distort completely the original project. And with another complication that was that all these elements, the original and the additions, were protected at the same level. So first step was to decide what had to be restored, what had to be eliminated, clean, rehabilitated, etc. But we didn't have any plans of the project, just the competition plans published in the review and in reviews, and the Torroja structure plans. So this is some of these pictures. So our main task during 2 years was to try to discover or intuit what was the original project of Arniches and Dominguez, to understand the project with any documentation. So it was a long documentation process, an analyzing process, preparing a model of recovery that had to be agreed with the administration. In this case, the General Directorate of Fine Arts. and we established where it was necessary to demolish, to dismantle, and here is shown in purple, what had to be rehabilitated or restored in red, and those facades that had to be rehabilitated, replaced, or eliminated in blue. No? So at the end, we got this model of recovery. We did quite, to say it in a simple way, our work was to clean and clean, but of course we kept the typology with these two circulations, independence of these circulations, and we opened the space of these patios through in between the grandstands to the pelouse. So we just try to keep the tribunes and as simple as possible with the original elements, and the rest was cleaning. You know? Yeah. And then afterwards started the wound healing. I will not do it in detail, but I think it's worth it to see this, to see the pictures of this complex process. This work was directed by the engineer Leonardo Fernandez Troyano of Fernandez Casado Engineer. The work was made by Betazul, an expert firm in concrete rehabilitation, and all products used were from Sika. First of all, we had the concrete had to be cleaned till we reach a healthy support, remove all the loose and damaged concrete. And this was made with water and with very low pressure. Then it was necessary to protect the reinforcement bars. And for security, an oxidation control has been installed that permanently sends data by radio to Torroja Institute. Then we could proceed to the concrete reparation and rebuild the original section from top and below. And here starts the surgery because it was necessary to inject a pressure agglomerate to return the mass needed. The cracks were open with a radial show. Then drilling and fixing cannulas in each crack every 30, 40 centimeters. Then close the cannulas and fill up with from the lower point with a liquid epoxy resin. Then the cracks had to be sealed. So I think this image are really impressive. And at the end, the last step was to protect the concrete with an anti-carbonatation paint, waterproof paint, but breathable. The support pillar was also treated, in whose interior is the pluvial downpipe. The metallic tensioner was also cleaned and protected again. The cladding was replaced. And And all this surgery left the structures full of scars, of course, on which a decision had to be made about their fitness. Keep the scars or hide them. Finally, we decided to hide them by reproducing the initial image, leaving the footprint of the wooden formwork visible. About the materials used, we use the materials equal or similar to the original project, which are plaster of natural lime, steel carpentry of minimum profiles that allow us these profiles and these sections, and terrazzo in situ on the floor and the stands that had to be repaired. And here we found the same company that did in the past the original terrazzo. So, and they did an amazing work. And this is now the result that I will just show you so you can see the result of the rehabilitation. We just try to keep the sense of the original project and to maintain that. I think this is the value of this of the project and of the renovation as well. And of course, the space and the structures are such a beautiful elements that there is nothing I can say. It's better to see it. So I just would like to recommend, and that's it. I just would like to recommend when it's possible. Sorry. No sé qué estoy haciendo. Wow. Dejar de compartir. Ya está. So I just would like to recommend the visit of the Hippodrome, La Zarzuela Hippodrome, because I think it's really an amazing place to see because of the scale, the size, the structures. I think it's really, really worthy to visit in person. Thank you very much. No digo nada.
Thank you, Ana. Great, that was great. It's such a beautiful building. We were very fortunate to have that time we had there again at that Madrid workshop. It's beautifully done. It'll be very interesting to see now. How many years has it been since you did that? 3, 4 years? 4 years, right?
Till we finish.
Yes.
The whole process. I think
when it was finished.
Sorry?
No, but it was finished. It was just finished before we came there, I think.
In 2015.
Okay.
I think we finished.
So 6 years now. So it'll be interesting to see how you monitor the situation and whether cracks develop again and you know what happens.
Is it still okay?
That's good. That's good. That's great. Okay, well, we need to keep moving. Again, tomorrow we will reassemble everybody for a panel discussion, and we didn't get any questions at least not yet. So tomorrow, people that have questions about the presentations that they're hearing today, please either put them in the box now or save them for tomorrow, because we definitely want to have a rich discussion with all of our presenters. Thank you, Ana. Next up is a really special treat. We have Luis Chaida and Miquel Chuida, who are the son and grandsons of Eduardo Chaida, who is the great sculptor who created this amazing, beautiful concrete sculpture in Gijón. I hope I didn't butcher that. My Spanish and my Catalan, or however you say it, or my Basque is terrible. But anyway, it's a real pleasure to have you join us and describe this incredible work by Eduardo Chaida, the Homage to the Horizon. And I'll just say that Luis is the seventh son of Eduardo and Pilar Pelunza. I can't say it. He was born in San Sebastian, and he's currently the president of the foundation that looks after the incredible legacy of his father's works. The museum there is beautiful. I hope that you, if you're not open again yet, you will be soon, and encourage everybody that has an opportunity and find yourself in San Sebastian, you must go and see the sculpture garden. It's just, we had such a special afternoon there with you. I really, really was grateful for that experience. And everybody should have such a wonderful time. So I'll just turn it over to you, and you can explain this work.
Okay, well, good morning, Annie, and well, good afternoon, all of you. Well, we are going to put some photos so you can see the eulogy, and well, I will talk you a little bit about this special project in concrete that now it's an heritage of the 20th century, and well, we are going to have a look at it. Wait a moment, I am connecting. Okay. Well. Okay, so, well, here we have just a little studio of what we are talking about, this work in Gijón, the eulogy of the horizon. And well, this is just to place it again. It's in the city of Gijón, here in the north of Spain. And it's one public work of my father that it's located in a really special place in which my father had been looking for a long time until he arrived to this location. Well, first of all, I would like to say you a little about how was this way of working of my father, in which in his work, he was very interested in having his works in public spaces in which everyone could have access to them, could be in touch with the works. And well, in these cases, what was happening, it was that many of these times, the scale of the pieces, it was such a big scale that it was impossible to find a material in which he could work at this large scale. So in this way was the way in he arrived to the concrete. So in the early 70s was the first time he started with working with the concrete for making his large scale pieces. And well, in the eulogy of the horizon was made in 1991. And well, it was a project in which he wanted to have people in touch with horizon. Here you see my father with Cosme de Barañano. They are inside the work when it was just finished. And well, it was a project in which it was really important to have this scale. And also, in the moment he started to work with concrete, what he wanted to work, it was in some way a different concrete. He didn't want it just to make a concrete piece. He was always having investigations around the concrete to see in each piece which kind of concrete he wanted. They make many kind of concrete to see the colors, the reactions. So this is really complicated for us in some way, in the way that then after you must study each piece to see how is the conservation of the material. Also, as you see in this photo we have now, there are many times that people make graffitis, they paint over it, so it has different problems depending of where the piece is located. And well, what was for us really a chance was this moment to get with all of you in this project of Innovaconcrete with the heritage of the 20th century in concrete, to have a really big study about this conservation, the way of keeping it, and to have it for always. My father always thought that always is a very big work, but well, at least the more time it's possible to have it in a perfect conditions. But at the same time, he also loved that people could have the marks of the time. With the time, the reaction of the material, he loved to have these little changes in his work, but without the damage, of course. So we were really a little worried about all the problems that were happening in some works with concrete, and now in this occasion with the Innovaconcrete project, we have seen that it was possible to have this really important study about and the conservation, how to take out the graffitis, how to have all these technical things that, well, we have the help of Estudios Guadiana with Lorenzo Fernández Ordóñez, with taking part in all these technical things, and we are in touch with him almost every day because we're talking about the different ideas. And well, there's also here, you can see in this photo, this is what's in the workshop in Gijón with the Kukai dance inside the sculpture. That was a really nice moment. But the same that this one, we have many times people from Gijón that they are going there to have join together to have different acts. So I think that this is a work that is always living with the people of Gijón and the foreign people who go there to see the work, and also the city. And it's a really nice way of having alive this work. So also one of the things that it's really important is that we have been having the connection with different other cities and people from other countries who have other concrete works in their cities, because they have known about this project of Innovaconcrete, and they have get in touch with that. So when we have the result of all these studies, they could be placed in their works, and they want to make this restoration and conservation of the pieces in the best way possible. So I think that is for us really a nice thing, having this project and all of you, all the techniques and chemicals working around this conservation of the heritage. At the same time, we must notice that for the city of Gijón, it's really a very important work. People from the city, they have accepted this piece as in some way as the sign of their city. It's a piece that is over the city, and you see it from many places, and it's for them a really important work in where they have go to have meetings, to see the sea, and to think about the horizon, and even where the waves come from. They come from far away, but they come until here. So we think that all this has been really important in all this project, because in some way, here we have another photo from the Kukai dance. And also we have Mikel with the mayor and with the people from Gijón and Asturias, and Jesus Uriarte, that it was the photograph who worked with my father and who was always around him making photos of his project. And we have also in the meeting in Gijón this exhibition that was placed in the city of Gijón. So also this is another kind of act we have, and it makes sense in the relation with education, with people that study in different ateliers and different universities. in which they tried in some way to work around this work of art and at the same time make like kind of approach to art and also to this concrete material that it's really an interesting, very interesting material to work in the field of art. And well, this is something that it was for us really nice to be with them, seeing what they were doing and how they were approaching to the work and making their own concrete. They were making the concrete in this university, and each artist make his own concrete and they make his work. So I think that was really a very nice idea to have this work. And then here you see some work. They were not just around geology. Here are the hands. The hands have been something always important in the work of my father. And here some of the younger students make work in concrete around the hand. And work. Also we have here some of the press, I would say press clippings that have been made in the different newspapers from Gijón and around, and here also in San Sebastian, in which in some way was one of the things that we thought that it was important in this project, to have people knowing that what was the end of this study of Innovaconcrete, how to put in value all this heritage that we have from the 20th century, and so people could know that this is happening and how we have all of you studying around this work. Also, it was a really and very nice moment because last year it was the 30th anniversary of the Elegy of the Horizon, so we went there also, and we've been returned and showing how was the project of this restoration, and this in some way putting again in value the work and the work we are doing, all of us. Most the technique and the people who work around this, that you are really the ones that are important in the way of having this work in very nice conditions. So I think that in some way this was the meaning of this work, and well, we are really happy with the result. We are expecting now, we have the technical project, it has been placed in the work in some part. We are going to see it now. I must go next week surely there to see how it's developing this. We go several times to see how it's the technical project going on and how is the different color that it could have. But well, we think that is going really well, and for us this is really important. So I think that we are really happy being with all of you. And what I said you before, I think that it's important for the heritage of the 20th century, not only in this case, but also in the other artworks of my father in concrete, that I am sure that they are really interested. Some of them have called us. We are calling others of them to see how can we help them to have in the best conditions their works. And well, that's our contribution to this project. But I feel that it's more you who are contributing with us in this. That was for us really a kind of problem, how to develop all this work in the future and how that we have the better way of conservation of the work. So I must say you all of you, thank you and you're welcome.
Thank you, Luis. That was fabulous. And it really, again, I mean, I keep finding myself saying the same things, but all of these places that were selected as case studies, they're all just really amazing and beautiful places. And they were partially picked because they are such Well, they're beautiful. I mean, and we talk about in the first part of the session with Catherine, there was some discussion about, you know, it's hard for some people to love concrete, but it's really hard to be in that place and not be moved by the work, and the material that it's made out of course, is part of that.
Yeah,
it's really an amazing thing. Can you just mention a little bit about the team you work with, because you have a great architecture team that's been helping you on the conservation side, and
yes.
You're speaking on behalf of everyone, so maybe you can just make a little mention of them.
Yes, of course, we have the team of Lorenzo Fernandez Ordóñez of Guadiana Studies that they think the father of Lorenzo was the one who made the concrete of this work and was investigating with my father continually how the different pieces must be made. They were making a lot of different tries with different kind of concrete. They make many curious and strange things. They even burned the wood to see what happened. They were trying to find not just the better concrete to make a work, that he was trying to find different ways in which could be the expression of the concrete in the work of art. So that's why we have so many different concretes. If you have a look to the different work of my father in concrete, they must be around 20 works of big pieces in concrete. Each one is different. There are not two ones that have the same concrete. They were mixing different materials. They were trying different things because they were trying to find in each piece a different solution. So this also at the same time makes a difficult question to how to proceed in each one of them. But well, I know that is not easy, but we have this chance now that with all these studies, I have learned a lot, and Lorenzo has done me many times about the different ways it could be protected, and at the same time you must have the way that the material continues have been alive. It's an alive material. For my father, the concrete, it was the same as a stone, but he said the difference was that you make it quicker than a stone. A stone is making in millions of years in a compression, and in the concrete you make it quicker, but at the same time you were making your own stone. And it was in some way the way as he thought with these pieces in concrete. And well, with Lorenzo, we have the chance that he also worked with his father. So Lorenzo and me, we knew each one since we were very young with our fathers, and then we have been a long time together. And always we have thinking about all these problems that could be happening in the future. And where we are really, when Lorenzo called me to say me that we were going to work in this project, I thought that it was a perfect moment, and also knowing all of you with this interest in concrete and in heritage. So we have a team, not too big, and also we have Miguel that is now here with me, making that all this work, because with the computers I am not too good. I have been hearing you, but I don't know exactly if I was well or not to come, but well, at last everything has arrived in the moment, because I was a little worried about what was happening, but at last we are here, so.
That's great. That's great. Well, thank you very, very much for that presentation.
Thank you. And
I hope you'll both be able to join us tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon again.
For you morning, for us the afternoon.
Yeah. When we can spend a little more time talking about things that we've learned about your site and the others. So thank you very, very much.
Okay. Thank you, Gani. Bye. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Okay. So now I would like to turn it over to Gabriela Di Carlo, who is another key member of the Innovaconcrete project. She is one of the leadership group, and she is a senior researcher at the Institute for the Study of Nanostructured Materials, which is a part of the National Research Council of Italy. Her main research interests include the development of innovative materials and technologies for sustainable conservation of cultural heritage. She works on surface studies at micro and nano scales. This is why she's a key member of this group, because of the nanotechnologies being utilized in the validation of smart nanostructured materials with stimulant response properties. They're specifically working on the corrosion inhibitor materials being used in some of the experimentation being done. But she's here to talk about Pierluigi Nervi and Antonio Nervi's fabulous Stadio Flaminio, and it's great that we have two of the masters of the 20th century structural engineers, Taroja and Nervi, the Nervis, and two stadiums to look at. So I'm looking forward to your presentation, Gabriella.
Thank you very much, Ganni and the organizer. I will try to share my presentation. So thank you again for this initiative. Good morning in USA and good afternoon in Europe. It's a pleasure for me to have the opportunity today to present the contribution stadium. This monument was included for different reasons. Among the case studies. Yes. 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 Okay. Thank you very much to you. So I was saying that this monument was included in among the case studies of the Innovaconcrete project for different reasons. First of all, it is an iconic work designed by Pierluigi Nervi, who is one of the most important engineers in the 20th century. In addition to the historical and artistic value of this building, it was also considered that appropriate restoration intervention were necessary to preserve this important part of our cultural heritage. The Flaminio Stadium was designed by Pierluigi Nervi in the late 1950s in collaboration with his son, the architect Antonio Nervi. It is located in Italy, in the urban area of Rome, and it was mostly devoted to football matches and served as the venue for the football final in the 1960 Summer Olympics. I will briefly introduce Pierluigi Nervi. As mentioned, he is one of the world's leading exponents in the structural architecture. He was a pioneer in the study and use of reinforced concrete working with the concept of resistance by form. In his work, every part of the structures was designed for being in accordance with the internal forces that stress on it. Pierluigi Nervi was born in Sondrio in 1891, graduated in civil engineering at the University of Bologna, and then he joined a society for concrete construction, thus starting his work in this field. The project developed by Nervi in the 1930s included, for example, the stadium in Florence, but also several airplane hangars, as the one in Orvieto, that had an important role in the development of his work. And for example, the structural system developed to build vault and dome with prefabricated elements was patented in 1939. His work greatly contributed to the image of modernity through the original and creative use of new technologies for the design of the architecture. He introduced innovations in prefabricated elements, in the use of prefabricated elements and thin shell structures. And for example, he designed and built some important industrial and civil buildings, like for example the Exhibition Palace in Turin and the Pirelli skyscraper in Milan. Among his work, the Flaminio Stadium is one of the masterwork which offer an original union between form and structure and between architecture and engineering. Moreover, state-of-art construction methods were used in this case. In particular, concrete was employed in different ways and in original forms. In situ casting was used for the large structural frames, and the prefabricated elements for the grandstands. Undulating slabs of ferrocement were realized on site in specially designed formwork for the canopy. Regarding the stadium, we can also say that this stadium could host up to 5,000 spectators and contain 4 gymnasium, a pool, a bar, changing rooms, and a first aid station. In addition to the 1960 Olympic Games, the stadium was used for football matches, for concerts attended by a crowd of about 40,000 fans, and from the Italy national rugby union team. However, it was later considered not large enough, and the renovation were required to increase its capacity. Since 2013, the stadium has not been used for a long time, and the vegetation has grown in an uncontrolled way. The structure has been damaged by vandalism, and water infiltration problems have favored the deterioration of the monument. It was observed the presence of biological colonization, problems due to concrete detachment, and the presence of graffiti, as we can see from these representative pictures. As the stadium remained closed for several years, this induced an advanced state of deterioration. The degradation can be due to different causes, like, for example, improper intervention, the lack of continuous maintenance, and in addition also physiological aging of the materials. Despite the conservation problems, it's important to say that the investigations performed during the Innovaconcrete project have confirmed the high quality and resistance of the materials used by Nervi. In order to safeguard the concrete heritage, it is essential to perform conservation interventions that respect the characteristics of the original structure and to increase the citizen awareness of the 20th century cultural heritage. To face these challenges, in the case of the Flaminio Stadium, various initiatives have been carried out. And for example, a synergic interaction was created between the Innovaconcrete project, the Keeping It Modern project, in agreement with the municipality of Rome. Complementary activities were carried out with a common goal, which is to preserve the monument for future generations. In 2018, it was made a breakthrough in the safeguard of the Flaminio Stadium, since it was listed as a protected cultural heritage site. This allows to avoid inappropriate interventions on the monuments. This photo was taken during a visit to the Flaminio Stadium organized with the University of Cadiz, the CNR, the Italian Ministry of Culture, Sapienza University, and the Municipality of Rome. To promote social awareness around concrete heritage, in 2019 it was organized an Innovaconcrete workshop dedicated to the Flaminio Stadium and to the work of Pierluigi Nervi. The event was held with the contribution of leading exponents in the field of architecture and cultural heritage conservation, and about 200 participants with different profiles, from students to professionals, took part in the event. During the workshop, a guided visit to the Nervi Audience Hall in Vatican City was also organized. The inclusion of the Flaminio Stadium among the protected cultural heritage sites and the interventions recently carried out by the Municipality of Rome to reclaim these sites are important for the protection of the stadium. Citizen awareness of a concrete cultural heritage such as the Flaminio Stadium has recently increased, but a restoration intervention is still necessary to make this building again available to the community. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Gabriela. That was great. Again, another masterwork, and we're really lucky to have that be one of the case studies. So thank you for that presentation.
Thank you to you again.
Okay, so I think we'll roll right on to the next one. And up from one fabulous place to another. And one second. Sorry, I should have been ready. So next up is the Centennial Hall, which of course is not only an incredible work in concrete, it is the logo, the emblem of the Innovaconcrete project. It is the symbol which was selected because it is in fact World Heritage, and a really amazing and beautiful building. And we're going to hear from Christoph. Oh, Christoph, how do I butcher your name?
It's okay.
Anyway, Christoph is an assistant professor of Department of Buildings and Structures on the Faculty of Civil Engineering at Wrocław University of Science and Technology. He's both a structural engineer and an architect, and he has his own studio. He's a very busy man. Exactly. And he gave us an incredible time. We had a really good workshop, combination workshop, a day and a half in Wrocław and a day and a half in Warsaw. And I really cherished the time we were able to spend in that amazing building. So we look forward to your presentation to explain it to the rest of the world.
Yes, exactly. I would like to say something about this conference and about this, what kind of influence was after the conference. But first, I would like to share. Okay, I think that you see this presentation again. So it's okay. So Centennial Hall, as you remember, during the visit in Wrocław, I think that maybe one of the fundamental building for modernism, sometimes is also called as a pearl of modernism. Important because of scale of this building, a quite big building in form of dome, with a span about 65 meters. Localization, I think that you remember, as you was in Wrocław, it's a part, of course, of Congress Center, which consists of Centennial Hall, the main building, the Congress Center, as you remember, where we are during the conference here, and also Fontaine, also Fordham's Pavilion, Pergola, which surround the Fontaine. Quite today is a recreative place for lots of inhabitants, and also the Centennial Hall is a place where many events every year. The normal times, of course, not in pandemic time. Many events connected with cultural, sports events, business meetings also. So there's a live place for Wrocław and also for in Poland, place where many events are organized. Several information about the history, so the author of projects, Max Berg. In that time, so in the beginning of 20th century, it was Wrocław was a German city, so it was a German architect and urban planner, famous planner. He's an author of many other buildings in Wrocław and Germany. The construction process was quite fast from 1911 to 1913. 1 year takes to construct this building. It was constructed as a centennial exhibition. It was the main aim of this building, main function at the time. And I also underline here that since 2006, it is on the UNESCO World Heritage List. So in Poland, it's the high level of protection. There are many original blueprints about the construction process, how it was built. And so we have many information. It was in the archives about the material, about the geometry, about reinforcement. So we could analyze how it was built. Also, many animation about the construction process. You have a view, archival photo, original photo from the time if the Centennial Hall was built. 1 year it takes to build this building, and now you can see the main shape. So it is a dome which consists of 32 ribs, as I remember, and also lower ring, tensile rings from construction point of view, the compression rings at the top of the building, 4 main arches and 4 main pillars. So the whole load is transferred from the skeleton structure on the top and through the arches and to the pillars and then to the foundations. So it's quite big structure with quite big volume of concrete. So it is also quite good area for testing. The main role for Centennial Hall as a partner of Innovaconcrete project I think that there was three main areas. The first one was to support the preparation of virtual tour. The second one, I think that the most important from our point of view, to prepare many technical activities to support these activities with the other partners and to prepare own testing and investigations. And finally, the third role, and I underline this role, to organize open conference and workshops. And maybe today I would like to sum my own remarks and conclusions. What kind of influence and impact this conference had, and how we disseminate this project. So maybe very short overview about the virtual tour. So as you remember, it was before the pandemic time. The main aim of this virtual tour, to prepare this virtual tour using 3D scanning, was to prepare quite interesting, attractive digital tool where we can find information about the building. So it should be helpful for visitors, for professionals. But in that time, nobody predicts the pandemic times and our current situation. So I think that now is a completely new goal of this tool, the virtual tool, to visit the monument in digital form. In case of technical activities, maybe only a few words about it. So we prepare many tests. We perform also the evaluation of after application of Innovaconcrete products. So it was our main task in this case. And this testing, this investigation is still active, so we still work on it and try to prepare conclusions, technical conclusions. But the main event that we organized was workshop and open conference, so 2 days event. We invite many participants from many professions, so it was quite interesting group of people which were interested in conservation and protection of concrete heritage. Some summary of this meeting. It was in 2019. There were about 125 participants, and the audience consists of professional conservators, architects and civil engineers, members of engineering chambers, students, of course, from Wrocław and other cities, different restorers, craftsmen, or public administrators, and especially provincial conservator of monuments, or people that represent, which represent this office, and also researchers who works in cultural heritage conservation, and of course manufacturers which are interested in the products. After many meetings and individual or group meetings, there are many conclusions about the role of different concrete heritage buildings, because during this conference we showed the results of Innovaconcrete projects at the time, but also there are many examples of building from the whole, from Poland especially, many approaches completely different. Especially it was in the it was in the second day, where it was an interdisciplinary conference, but the common assumption was to present the different aspects which regards concrete heritage. And of course, during this conference, we also prepare a tour for participants where different guides explain the history of the building, explain the previous conservation processes, and also some interesting information about the actual function of the building. And after that, we also disseminate the information about the conference using different medias, like especially websites, radios, journals, local, and also national journals, especially for architects and for engineers. But I will try to define what kind of impact these conferences had on the cultural heritage. Is that it was kind of inspiration, because during this meeting we also make contact with another administrators, owners, managers of the another type of concrete objects, and they decide after this conference, like an inspiration to carry out different diagnosis investigations. So they decide to define the technical state of the building and try to and prepare the conservation program for the building. So it was, I think, an important and crucial point to decide to launch some processes. One case also, with the conversation with provincial conservator of monuments in one of the building, it was also the possibility to inscribe one of the building in the monuments register, National Polish Monuments Register. I will show you this example. And the first case was to, in the first effect, first impact, we are still in touch with the administrator of, for example, this concrete ship, which is in the Baltic Sea, and also this object, so not building, it is a ship, should be also need some conservation processes. So first, of course, we need to make similar procedure. The procedure which was created for Innovaconcrete project, but also could be similar to another type of building and could be an universal approach. And it was in the case of concrete ship. We still work on it, and also now we plan to prepare similar conservation processes, for example, in conservation of fencing columns in war camp, one of the war camp in Poland. Now it's a museum, Grossrosen, and previously, of course, it was a Nazi camp. So also this object needs to is necessary to prepare a conservation program and to propose different type of materials how to do it. And also, just after the conference, it was one decision of one of the provincial conservator to list this object in the register of monuments. So the plan before the conference was to destroy this building. It was in one of the cities in Poland, and I think that the conference was one of the inspiration to protect it. So I think that the impact of the conference and the impact of the project was and is still quite big in several examples. Thank you for the attention.
That was great. Thank you, Christoph. And thank you for the reflection on how you see this product has helped all of us by making people more aware and actually having a success. That was great. I hadn't heard that story, so that's really great to know. Maybe we can get into that a little bit more tomorrow in the panel discussion about how to use the things that we've learned from being part of this project to help get others to get involved and to make sure they make good decisions about the resources that are out there. So with that, I'd like to turn it over now to our colleague Blase Zirokowski.
Yeah.
I have a hard time with these names. I'm sorry. Who is a PhD at the University of Łódź. He got his Master's of Science and PhD at Łódź University of Technology. And he also has an MA in the history of art from the University of Łódź. So he's both knows it from the science side and the art side. He's an associate professor at the Institute of Art History at the University of Łódź and has written a number of important books about this topic. And he's also a member of Dogomomo in the Polish National Committee of ICOMOS. And we look forward to hearing his discussion about the train stations in Warsaw that are part of the project. So, Blase?
Thank you, Gani. I hope the presentation is okay. You can see the full screen slide. It's really nice to participate, unfortunately, in online workshop, not the live one. My presentation will be slightly different, mostly because of the different nature of WKD Warsaw train station. The heritage, the cultural heritage of concrete-based architecture is not only about great monuments, great buildings like Centennial Hall, like Chilida's sculpture or Torocha's Hippodrome. It's also about typical solutions, about small structures, about something we can call, let's say, the architecture of everyday life. And the canopy, in fact, at the Warsaw Śródmieście WKD station is an example of a really small structure comparing to, for example, Centennial Hall. And I will try to explain why this specific object, this specific asset is so important and why we have chosen and what is the impact of Innovaconcrete project on this building now. But let's start with a few words about the history of architecture, of post-war architecture in Central and Eastern Europe, of course, using Poland as an example. So we start with a short period of continuation of modernism, of pre-war modernism. Then we have socialist realism from 1949 till 1956. And we are getting back to the classical orders and stone-cladded facades and so on. And after 1956, we have a very strong comeback to the principles of modernism, of late modernism, and later brutalism in architecture. And suddenly, in late 50s, early 60s, those great concrete, reinforced concrete structures are becoming a sign, a symbol of technical development, are becoming a symbol of progress of the socialist country. And if we take a look, we have three different examples of shell structures, all built in late 50s and 60s, or at least designed, because the right-hand side picture, the church, was completed in 90s. The construction process took massive amount of time. But as you can see, from very small canopies through the industrial buildings to those a little bit candela-like structures like the church in Kalisz, we have different approaches, but the same principle of construction. Reinforced concrete, thin shell structure. And it was not only about socialist Poland, because we can see many examples of this type of constructions in different countries. Of course, everything was inspired by buildings by Candela, Torocha, or Zuleta, which were described in architectural journals or magazines for structural engineers. So architects behind the Iron Curtain were pretty much aware of what was going on in capitalist countries. So they were developing their own solutions, but at the same time, they were inspired, for example, with the Candela's buildings, or they were inspired by the Hippodrome in Madrid. And here you can see examples of similar structures from Latvia and Romania. And please note that all those structures are related to transport, are related to movement, because this dynamic form, which was possible to achieve using the thin shell structure, was somehow very close to the idea of movement in general. And the same situation is in Warsaw. We have a whole series of pavilions of small stations, because it's a cross-city line going through the capital city of Poland. Each of them has different shape, has different form. Sometimes the functional concept is slightly different, because we have the canopy, we have the pavilion, but the general idea is the same. We have hovering concrete structure, because the pavilions or the piers supporting it are really slender, really delicate. And the idea of architects, Arseniusz Romanowicz and Piotr Szymaniak, and structural engineers led by Wacław Zalewski, was to create those dynamic concrete forms which look like they are floating or hovering in the air. As you can see, the forms are very different. It was because architects wanted to create some sort of small landmarks in the urban landscape. It was to help people get the idea which station are they at. So we have the architecture which is supporting somehow the information system of the railway line, and at the same time is creating a new quality of urban space. We have chosen WKD Śródmieście railway station as a case study for a few reasons. First, it was at that moment, a few years ago, the only one which has never been restored. You can see that, well, it doesn't look good, and it looked worse every year. Another reason is the very, very specific shape of this structure. And of course, its historical importance, because we can, of course, consider architectural heritage as a sign of some changes in the history of architecture, in the history of art, but we can see the heritage as a kind of a document. In this case, document cast in concrete. It's a document which tells us about the architect, Arseniusz Romanowicz. You can see him in the left-hand side picture. It's a document which tells us a story about the times of socialism after the Stalin period. And you have the picture in the middle when in the 1960s, Charles de Gaulle visited Warsaw and people were gathering just to see him. And then they were climbing on the canopy of the station. It was kind of a, let's say, test for the structure. And on the Right-hand side, you have my favorite picture because it is the most complex story. In the background, you can see the Palace of Culture, the symbol of communist period of Stalinist era. In front, you can see the twin pavilion of our station because there were two canopies. The same concept, the same construction, a little bit different shape. And this canopy doesn't exist anymore because in early 90s, when the capitalism started in Poland, municipality of Warsaw decided to demolish it and replace it with the pavilion of a shopping mall. So we have different parts of the history, all represented by our station. And we have this very, very specific shape. You can see on the section that it's just a canopy. The whole station is underneath the pavement. You can see the shape. Whereas other pavilions of cross-city line are, let's say, more traditional concerning the geometry, because we have cone-shaped concrete shells, we have hyperbolic paraboloid shape, and here we have something a little bit more freehand. We have this organic shape supported by 4 slender concrete piers and those very, very thin steel piers in the middle, which were added later because, well, the architects and the structural engineers were somehow experimenting, and the structure started to crack a little bit just after it was completed. We have also many typical solutions for this period in Poland. So on one hand side, we have the uniqueness of the shape, uniqueness of the concept. On the other hand side, we have typical solutions. And this is, as I believe, what modernist architecture is about. It's about this very, very specific balance between uniqueness and typicality. So we have concrete shell with visible traces of wooden molding. On the right-hand side, you can see the washed concrete on the piers. Of course, it was painted with this ugly color paint. And on the right-hand side, you can see the secondary beam, which is on the top of the roof, not visible, with very, very rough, very simple concrete. And what are the threats, what are the damages for the structure? You can see that parts of the concrete are falling apart. The rebars, the steel rebars are visible. They are also in, sometimes the steel net is falling apart. You can see that it was painted without any, let's say, idea about the original concept, because originally the construction was white and gray. And you can see the, let's say, nice birds, nice animals who are also responsible for demolition of this building, because they are, let's say, living there and living all the organic traces. So we have many different issues concerning the damage of the structure. And the reason why the current condition of the canopy is so bad is lack of awareness. You can see that hardly no one cleaned the roof. There is quite a lot of greenery, and it was not designed as a green roof, please believe me. We have some trash, like this trash can on the roof, and we have total spatial chaos around it. So even people who live in Warsaw, who pass nearby the canopy every day, they hardly ever realize that there is something very, very special there. But also because of the Innovaconcrete project, also because all the dissemination activities, and because of the cooperation with Mazovian Voivodeship Monuments Conservator, the things are getting better. Last year, after many years of discussions and fighting with many objectives, the Conservator's Office decided to list the WKD Warsaw Śródmieście railway station as a protected national heritage. So since then, it's a protected monument. Innovaconcrete project was mentioned in all those documents which were important and necessary for listing the structure as a proof that the value of the building is not only local. And this year, the owner, the stakeholder, which is the Polish Railways company, PKP, started some minor maintenance works on the structure, which I hope are just the first step leading to the complete restoration of our railway station. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Blase. Yes, it's great. Really, very well done. This has been great. I'm enjoying this very much. Even though I've heard some of these things before, it's always great to hear it again, especially after having had the pleasure to see most of them. And again, I'm looking forward to the discussion tomorrow, particularly things like you just mentioned, where it seems that the Innovaconcrete initiative has actually had, not to be a pun, but a concrete result in the sense of an appreciation and protection of some of these otherwise overlooked important buildings, like these little gems of train stations. So thank you for that. And now, last but certainly not least, hold on one second. We're going to turn our attention to Italy, back to Italy. And we're going to hear about the Fallen Monument. There are actually two monuments in Torricella Paligna. I think I did that close anyway, in Abruzzo, near Abruzzo. And Maria Isabella Pierage, I'm going to butcher that, Pierage? Pierige. Grazie. I'm sorry. Anyway, I tried. And Isabella is a cultural heritage restorer since 1999. She's part of the Italian Ministry of Culture at the Office of Archaeological Supervisory Body of Fine Arts and Landscapes for the provinces of Chieti and Pescara and the Abruzzo region. So this is directly under her care, and I'm very, very sorry that I can't tell you, from the beginning of this project, I was looking forward to my visit to Abruzzo to go see these monuments. I've been in Italy many times, but never to that area. So I'm going to come another time, and you're going to have to show me all the wonderful things you've been doing. But we're looking forward to this virtual presentation of these monuments, and I understand that Stefania may assist you, not that I think you need it, but if you feel you do, please bring her in as necessary. So over to you.
Thank you, Tangani. Okay. Sorry. It's okay? Yes. And first, I would like to thank Ganni and all the organizers for this event and for permitting me to participate. Thank you all. My contribution to this webinar will be on the war memorials that are our case studies in the Innovaconcrete project. and on their meaning for the citizens in a small town in Torriccia La Peligna. However, before talking about the monuments in our case study, I would like to make a brief introduction to the context and the types of war memorials in general. The monuments are work created to remember certain historical events for posterity. And war memorials to the fallen fit this definition with their meaningful symbolism. Indeed, after and as a consequence of war, the need arises to rationalize and idealize its memory. This is to give sense and value to the dramatic episodes experienced and to the sacrifice made. War memorial take on important meaning, not only to remember the courage of an army or of soldiers who died in battle, but also, and perhaps especially, to celebrate the equality of all citizens without considering which social class they came from, or how rich or how well educated they were before they died. After a war, the idea of a country and a nation representing symbols of unity also helps the survivors to deal better with the great social and economic difficulties they meet in their day-to-day lives. From an artistic and architectural perspective, some war memorial in a smaller town are very simple. For example, just a small obelisk with a cross on top, or an engraved stone plaque with a list of names and a very short inscription. In the other end, there are other memorials which are more ornate with a large group of bronze or marble figures. The type of war memorial created often depended on the economic situation in the area they were built. And in some cases, famous architect would be contacted to design a memorial. In other cases, it could be the head of a town committee or a local artist who designed the memorial. At this link, it's possible to consult all the cards of the Italian War Memorial of the First World War. The monuments that we have chosen for the Innovaconcrete project in Torriccia La Peligna are highly representative of limited opportunities in a small town which had suffered greatly and wished to create a lasting memory. During the Second World War, Torriccia La Peligna was included in the Gustav Line. This was a defensive line that divided Italy in two parts, and the natural obstacle of mountains, valleys, and rivers were used by the Nazis to delay the advancing Alliance forces. After the tragic deaths of so many innocent people, the citizens of Torriccia La Peligna built two monuments. One remembering the fallen from the First World War, and the other for those who fell during the Second World War. The monuments are very different types. The first monument was erected in the 1922, and the inauguration in the same year involved the participation of politicians and important members of the establishments as well as ordinary citizens. It is an obelisk featuring a cement sculpture of a winged figure inscribing the names of the fallen in a golden book. The statue has a female trait along classical lines, and there is a contrast between gentleness and power, because while she is writing, she is also crushing an eagle beneath her foot. This eagle symbolizes the Habsburg Empire attempting to escape after defeat. And in the same year that the monument was built, it was damaged by a hurricane, and then later, during the World War II, it was damaged again by a bomb. And much of the damage was only repaired years later, in 1915, 1916. The monument is entirely in concrete. Was a work of an artist called Lucci, who was from Pennadomo, a small town near Torricella Peligna. Originally, the statue was painted green, probably because the economic condition in the post-war period meant it was not possible to commission a metal statue. Concrete was inexpensive, and painting it green meant that it resembled a monument in metal. In this picture, the statue before our work and during our work in the Innovaconcrete project. The second monument, called the Tower by the local inhabitants, was erected in the 1961 in the memory of the fallen in the Second World War, and it is situated at the highest point of the town, where the buildings had been flattened by bombing. To finance the construction of the monument, a town committee was formed to raise funds. The tower was designed by the engineer Walter Sibona from Florence, and however, the stark economic condition prevented the construction to its full size. The finished monument is about 20 meters tall. However, this is 6 meters lower than it had been in the original project. The structure is entirely made of concrete and has the shape of a truncated pyramid with a square base. It has some characteristics of an ordinary building, and in that there are reinforced with bearing pillars and some section with iron reinforcement. The base is stone and is surrounded by an iron railing which is worked with depictions of the coat of arms of the village of Torricella Peligna. The style of this war memorial is particularly original because it is similar to a lighthouse. This has a symbolic meaning because, like a lighthouse that provides illumination during the night, its light reminds us of the massacres of innocent people and of those who lost their lives in battle. The interior contains a series of floors connected by stairs, which allow you to climb to the top, from where you can look over the surrounding landscape in all its beauty. It was inaugurated with great political and public interest and before a large crowd of local people. During the research at the start of the Innovaconcrete project, we found that original plans for the tower had been lost from the town archives. However, thanks to the Innovaconcrete project, a copy of the original plans has been provided by a relative of Antonio Calabrese, the man who was originally responsible for collecting funds and for organizing the construction. This picture is the original project, the tower original project. Today, about the war memorial, sadly, while for the older generation, the symbolic significance of the monuments to the fallen is still very meaningful. For the younger generation, this is being lost. Each year, fewer and fewer young people participate in commemoration on important date. And from these photos, you can see that in the past, the monument was an important place for entire families to visit, and that there were a lot of younger people present. In this picture, it is here. Today, the ceremonies have lower attendance, and the participants are almost exclusively adults, unfortunately. As a partner in the Innovaconcrete project, we chose this case study not only because of the state of conservation they were in, but also and especially because of their symbolic value in the collective identity of the inhabitants with regard to specific historic events, as well as the technical consideration and the project activities using new materials. Innovaconcrete has contributed greatly in raising awareness about the monuments in the local population, including for younger people, small younger people. A little longer. There was a great deal of curiosity to find out what we were doing, and people were proud to have been chosen for such an important project. Having so much attention focused on the monuments in their towns, we had been losing their deeper meaning over time, helped to reawaken memories and to stimulate interest and curiosity about the past. In particular, when the restoration work to the statue, there was a great deal of interest and participation from the townspeople, who provided information and photos and would come to watch us every day and ask what we were doing. On the Innovaconcrete project YouTube channel, there is a video made with B Warrant showing interview with local inhabitants. And you are all invited to go and have a look. And we are looking forward to presenting the completed restoration work at the closing workshop for the project. Thank you for your attention.
Isabella, thank you. That was really great.
Thank you too, Gani.
It just made me sad that I haven't been there to see it. But I'm going to come. And thank you to all of the presenters. I just think it really demonstrates the rich and broad and beautiful array of concrete heritage that we all know about, but have been included in this project. And I think they all represent a little bit different things, and they all touch on, they have ways of spreading out their purpose and meaning, and to really engage not just us, but the general public in ways that we have to have if we have any chance of success in getting people to realize the importance of this kind of heritage. Yes. And how to have them take care of it.
In Torricella, the project it was very interesting.
Yeah. There's a couple questions in the chat, but I think we're going to leave it for tomorrow because we have a whole hour when we bring everyone back to discuss general issues, and I'll save these questions and we can bring those up tomorrow because we're a little bit over time. And I want to thank all of the speakers for staying pretty much on time. That was great. It was a lot of information to cover, and it's not hard to go along on these things, I know. So thank you very, very much for that. And now I think Vidas, you have some final thoughts on our first day of workshop.
Well, welcome back to 9th Fort Studio and to our museum. Actually today, this evening, which is a very nice sunny evening, and it would be great to walk around after such an inspiring day. But don't be upset. Tomorrow we will have quite a lot of time to discuss 9th Fort and to look pictures, to look history, to look how it looks like now. But as for today, for me it's very impressive actually how the Europe, and not only the Europe, was changed because of the using of concrete. And from my perspective, what is very important, what has been done by Innovaconcrete is that we did a kind of selection of very diverse types of architecture which can be understood as a cultural heritage, as some kind of structures which gives us a historical perspective of second half, or especially the second half of the 20th century architecture. And the list of 100 buildings which is in the focus of Innovaconcrete, it's already a very good beginning. But also it is important in a way of for the discussion, because in Lithuania, as everywhere, we have the same problem. We have hundreds, thousands of concrete buildings, a legacy of second half of 20th century, but how we do select what is going to be preserved as a heritage and what is, will be gone. Such kind of projects, at least I think it can be an inspiration for the further discussion. But also what we have to learn from our session, of course, from everything what is happening, it's not enough if the specialists make a selection, it's very important that we do dissemination. And for me, it was an inspiring example of 20th Century Heritage Society, which is doing dissemination already since 1979. And of course, when I see the tools, actually we use the same tools, and probably the same tools of the dissemination is used everywhere in the world, but still it's a lot of work to do. And again, good examples, they can be an inspiration. But also, if we select what to preserve, and if we agree with the society that we need preserve, it's also the question of how to do this, of technology. And I guess that is, if we are talking about importance of Innovaconcrete, it's one of the most important achievements is the toolbox, actually the ideas and the experience you bring to the public how to proceed. And with case studies, which was also very diverse, is also can be a good help in that matter. So once again, thank you for all the presenters and for all the participants. It was obviously long but inspiring day, and of course I want to invite everyone for tomorrow sessions, and to come back at the same time. It will be 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time. In Lithuania it will be 3 o'clock, and all over the world it will be different times, starting from morning and ending with evening. But I hope tomorrow we will enjoy the discussions, and we will have more communication between different specialists in 3 sessions. So thank you for being here today, and welcome back tomorrow. Thank you.